X-ray Victor. Kilo 4 Hotel X-ray Victor.
Monday morning. Okay, this is W2XR. Whoop. There we go. This is W2XR, listening on 3885, looking to make any contacts for the 2024 AM rally. W2XR, Long Island, New York, listening on 3885 kilohertz.
W2XR from WB1GCM, Whiskey Bravo 1, Golf Charlie Mike.
Yeah, WB1GCM, good signal, very good signal indeed. WB1GCM from W2XR, thanks very much for coming back. Name here is Bruce, and my QTH is Smithtown, Long Island, New York. And your call sounds very, very familiar. Just occurred to me. I'm just looking through the log here. I don't think we worked on either 40 meters or here on 75 meter band. But anyway, thanks very much for coming back. And if you're participating in the 2024 AM rally, I'll be happy to give you the full rundown of what we're using here for the transmitter. WB1GCM from W2XR.
Yeah, hi Bruce, how you doing? It's been a long time. W2XR from WB1GCM. Name is Bob, Bravo Oscar Bravo Bob, and we're located in Coventry, Connecticut, about 20 miles east of Hartford. And we are running presently a World War II era Collins Auto-Tune ART-13. That's the transmitter. About 85 watts output. Receiving you on, it's matching BC348-Q and a dipole antenna to boot. So you're coming in quite good. Good audio as always. I'm using a carbon microphone from Western Electric to give you that authentic 80-year-old sound of two-way radio. It's a pretty old set here. So back to you, W2XR, WB1GCM.
Well, very good. Good to hear you there, Bob. Boy, that's an amazing setup. I can literally see a World War II radio operator sitting on board a flying Fortress, running an ART-13 and listening on a BC348, whether he's running in AM or radio telegraphy. But that is quite amazing. And the original as Timmy would say, our carbonium microphonium. But good signal, very good signal into Long Island. My transmitter here, Bob, it's homebrew. I built this rig myself. I'm running a pair of 4-400As in the final amplifier stage, high-level plate and screen modulated by a pair of Class B 833As, and I'm driving the 833As with a pair of Class A push-pull 845s, about 1,300 volts on the driver tubes. And my receiver is an R390, a little bit closer in vintage to your BC348. This is a 1953 contract Motorola, built for Collins radio, R390, with a Sherwood Engineering SE3 synchronous detector. And that's where we're listening to you on 75 meters this afternoon. I just literally got off 40 meters. I had one contact on 40 meters. It was the League. I worked W1AW, and I wanted to settle down on 40 meters. It's my second favorite band, but on Sunday afternoon, unfortunately, 40 meters becomes wall-to-wall shortwave broadcast stations, so we pretty much forgot about that and found our way up here to the 75-meter band. Oh, and I meant to tell you, my antenna, it's a conventional half-wave center-fed dipole fed with 600-ohm open-wire transmission line and a homebrew balanced L network.
Okay, I think there's a breaking station in who might take over the frequency. Hey, that's Justin. Let's see, W2XR from WB1 GCM returning. Very good, Bruce. Really nice signal. Sounds great. Your homebrew radio with a pair of 4-400s. Did you say modulated by a pair of 833s? That's a lot of horsepower there for a modulator. So you're probably operating them in an extremely linear area. It's having all that headroom. So. It's a World War II set. You would have seen these in some of the B-17s, but you'd also see them in the Super Fortresses, the B-29s. About 1960, and they started being replaced by other means and sideband for long haul. But these were used a lot with, and they did make a lot of them. I use a Motorola power supply to make it go. It's a solid-state supply used for a Motorola base station at one time. And perhaps you might remember one of my locals here at one point, who lived in Coventry, is Al. K1JCL, Juliet Charlie Lima. He and I were friends, and I swapped the radio for this one. So this one came via Al, W1JCL. Got it all fixed up real nice, and I just recently picked up a low-frequency oscillator for it. It tunes 200 to 600. I can install that, and perhaps I can make this thing generate a signal at 630 meters. That's the intention anyway. Well, let's catch the... It's Justin. Coventry, Connecticut.
Okay, fine business. And thanks for picking me up, guys. This is Kilo Germany 2, Radio Germany. Hello, Bob. Hello, Bruce. And Bob, the ART-13 is strapping in. Bruce also strapping in. I'll send it over to you, Bruce. I heard the rundown. I believe we worked on 40 meters. I'm just trying to think the call again. I kind of missed part of it, but name here is Justin, like just in time, and I'm here in Albany, New York, and the transmitter is a 1959 homebrew 1625s modulated by a pair, and driving an amplifier, 200 watts of carrier into an inverted V, and listening on the R388. So, Bruce, how copy? Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear.
Yes, very well, Justin. We worked yesterday on the 40-meter band. I think that was our first contact, and I remember you had described that transmitter to me and the circuit that you had added to drop the B plus down, as I remember. So the modulation transformer, which was rated or substantially underrated for the power of the final amplifier, would be a much better match, so you wouldn't saturate the core of the transformer during high levels of modulation. KG2RA and the group from W2XR. Well, I'm just marveling and, again, envisioning, Bob, that setup that you're running there. And you're probably right. You're probably right about when the Enola Gay had literally just dropped the first atomic bomb on Hiroshima, and the radio operator reported back probably to Tinian Island, which is where the Enola Gay had departed from, that in probably coded language, I would assume, that the bomb was successful. And I could literally see the radio operator, in those heavy leather jackets that they used to wear, the fleece-lined bomber jackets, and all the cold weather gear that they had to wear for flying at those altitudes, sitting at that small desk with the BC-348 and the ART-13 in front of him. But I did not know that ART-13s were also used in commercial airborne service. That's news to me. I never knew that. And my first exposure to the ART-13 was actually my very first in-person exposure to amateur radio. I was 12 years old at the time. That would have put it back around 1966. And my mom had a friend who had another friend whose son was an amateur radio operator. And I was always interested in scientific and technical things and whatnot. And through the chain of command, my mom said that Mrs. Gropin has a son, Frank, who's 15 years old. He was 3 years older than me at the time, who's a ham radio operator. And anytime you would like to go over and take a look at Frank's setup, you'd be more than welcome. So I rode my bicycle probably about maybe 3-4 miles to get to their house. And I was amazed at the equipment that this fella had, most of which I had no understanding what it was. But from looking like in the Allied radio catalog and whatnot, I remember he had a Johnson Ranger. He had an HRO 50 receiver, and he told me that he had an ART-13 transmitter, which he was not using at the time. But subsequent conversations with him over the years, he told me that the ART-13 he had purchased brand new in the original, I would assume, military packing. And he subsequently did put the ART-13 on the air. He used to run it on 40 meters, on AM, of course. And that must have been a nice find. I'm assuming that in 1966, they were probably somewhat more common, new in the box. Now, of course, my guess is something like that would be literally unobtainium. But it is.
And by the way, Bruce, Justin's call sign, his suffix is Romeo Golf, KG2 Romeo Golf, who's coming in here just very consistently and good sounding. Justin, your home brew rig's, again, just holding up beautifully. It's sounding great. I could hear you also today on 40 meters. I was down there myself with my Arc 5. I made contacts on my Arc 5 with 7 whole watts into an inverted L. So I actually got on that band a little bit too. That was an awful lot of fun. So. No moving parts. Just plug it in, it glows with a tube in it, and it does its job. So I will turn it over to Justin here. Bruce, I just perused your QRZ page. Very, very, very nice and very, very interesting. And I hope you and I have the opportunity to talk some more about different stuff. I've been into old radio.
Yeah, what a blast this AM rally has been as we start to come down the home stretch to the finish line and of the event. And boy, it sure was an experience seeing and hearing all these stations, all these kids coming out, the cool kids I should mention, all the cool kids coming out with their toys and lighten up the airwaves with these AM transmitters. Guys that are on the most. And you know, I came across Darrell 40 meters from New Jersey, Kilo Delta 2 Alpha Fox Delta, and you know he's got the ART-13 also, but he wasn't on that. He fired up the Gates 80D. He was 80 dB on that Gates. What was it? The BC1T. And man, he was just strapping in. And what else was I going to mention? I was going to mention the description of those guys with their bombers looking over their shoulder at the mushroom cloud and sending da-da-da-da-da-da or whatever they're doing. My grandmother was a WAC, and my grandfather was a T5 in the 227th AAA Searchlight Battalion, the anti-aircraft. Anyway, they met there and came back and got married and so on. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, he was a T5, a Tech 5, and worked on aircrafts. And when he came back from the war, they moved originally from New York, but they moved to St. Louis, Missouri, because he took a job with McDonnell Douglas, and he worked there all the way through after Boeing had taken them over. And my aunt worked for Boeing as well, one of his daughters, my mom's sister, and some other family members, cousins and stuff like that. But yeah, pretty cool stuff anyway. So good to hear you guys, and let me kick it on back over to Bruce. Just strapping signal, Bruce. Really sound good here. Whiskey 2 X-ray Roman.
Just wanted to adjust the bias on the modulator tubes. Yeah, very interesting about your family participating in the Second World War. And my dad was stationed at Okinawa, and I don't know how much you guys know about Okinawa, which was really the last great battle of the Pacific. But it was a miserable, miserable place. My dad never really spoke much about it until really the very, very last, I guess, year of his life. And I'm really grateful that he was able to did tell me about Okinawa. And I remember asking my dad, you know, well, as soon as when there was a lot of hand-wringing about maybe we shouldn't have dropped the conversation, but be that as it may, there wasn't a millisecond delay, my dad said. He said, thank God we did that. He said, you know, I was stationed at Okinawa. We would have been amongst the very, very first group of infantry that would have been sent an incredibly gruesome war with massive casualties on both sides, particularly amongst the civilian population. And people tend to forget that, yes, dropping the atomic bombs did result in the death of, I think it was 75,000 people at Hiroshima, probably a similar number at Nagasaki, but it did save a huge number of civilian lives, ultimately in Japan, by stopping the war when it did. And my father also shared with me that I never knew this until, again, the last few months of his life, that he actually had driven through Hiroshima 3 weeks after they dropped the bomb. In all my life, he never shared that with us. And he recalled the incredible devastation, which, of course, is not surprising. And he also was on board a troop carrier with the Japanese kamikaze pilots. And he said, I remember him telling us this many, many years ago when we'd see these documentaries on TV, that you don't know the meaning of the word fear until you've been in a situation like that. And I could completely relate to that. And thank goodness none of us have ever been in a situation like that. But further to the situation about the Flying Fortress and whatnot and the Enola Gay, there was I think it was a TV movie that was made many, many years ago about the flight of the Enola Gay. And of all people to play the radio operator, the actor was Billy Crystal. And he played, the operator's name was Jacob. I can't remember the guy's last name. I believe he was a native of Brooklyn or the Bronx or something like that, New York City boy. And he was the radio operator on board the Enola Gay. And that same gentleman in real life later went on to become an electrical engineer, working for, I believe, the bulk of his career at Westinghouse Electric in the Maryland area. Just a little bit of trivia there. But good stuff all around. And Bob, to respond to your comment about the rig in 1979, when I came across a pair of new-in-the-box RCA 833As for $10. Those tubes, I'm looking at them right now, they're the same exact RCA. The legal limit was 1,000 watts plate input. And I used to run this rig literally at a full kilowatt DC input, and it would run like this 24/7. But with the advent of the new power regulations that went into effect, when was that, 1990? I don't even remember now. I did throttle back the B+. I'm only running now 2,000 volts on the You're right. There's plenty of headroom in the modulator and plenty of headroom in the audio driver, and that's really what you want in order to keep the distortion products within the modulator as low as possible. And unlike so many broadcast transmitters that used 833As as modulator tubes, I added electronically regulated grid bias for the 833As with a shunt regulator of my own design. And it keeps the grid bias very, very constant as the tubes are moving in and out of grid conduction. The grids are swinging positive, and it works out very, very well. And I'm also running 6 dB of negative feedback between the plates of the 833As and the first voltage amplifier stage and the audio driver. So lots of headroom in the modulator with a specific design criteria to keep the distortion as low as possible. WB1 GCM in the group from W2XR.
W2XR with KG2RG, WB1 GCM. Very, very, very good all the way around. First off, I'll just comment on your transmitter design. Makes an awful lot of sense. I'm somewhat familiar with the 833s. They go in the old Gates BC1T, which I'm involved with at the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum of Connecticut. I'm sure you've heard Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mike. So that's the VRCMCT. That's the amateur radio club that runs that transmitter, and I'm president of the club that does. So I used to work at the ARL. I was the guy you might remember that worked in the lab who directed the whole Gates project. That was at the lab that Tim came over and converted the BC1T. So that's my fame here on AM. But again, I really appreciate your transmitter designs. Justin, very, very interesting on your grandparents. Thank you for their service. But Bruce, I want to tell you something that you might find interesting. My father was also on Okinawa during World War II. Right as they were, landing, right as the invasion was going on, he's landing on landing crafts, and the other landing crafts next to him are getting blown up. They got ashore, and his platoon was in charge of clearing a sector at the airport. They had to clear it with, metal detectors, mine detectors. So they had to go and sweep the whole area, dig up all the mines that they found, put them all in a big area, and blow them all up to sky high. All this while there's people shooting at times and battles going on. So it's interesting. Your dad and my dad shared some of the same experiences. Isn't that interesting? And like your dad, he never really talked about it very much at all, until I started asking him in his last 2 years of life, and he opened up a little bit. Such as you really had to stick to the trails. If you were traveling around the island, you couldn't take any shortcuts across the trail. It came to a 90-degree angle. You better take that 90 degrees, because if you veer off the trail, you may that area that's off the trail is not checked for mines. And one of his buddies decided to take a shortcut and got blown in half. So there you go. Well, isn't that cheerful? On the good side of things, though, we're here. And I never had to deal with war in my life. I think my generation didn't have to deal with anything like that. Vietnam. I'm 65, and this year next month. So how about that? I'm really enjoying. Not the ARC-5, the ART-13. Had the ARC-5s on earlier. And I've had an awful lot of fun for this AM rally. It's been great. And Bruce, I hope I get to talk. And
and maybe even getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Oh gosh, wow. Yeah, I really enjoyed the rally, and thank you. I'm glad. I think somebody mentioned it, maybe it was you the other day, you get to know these rigs intimately. When they break, you have a little bit. I had a resistor blowout, a resistor to ground blowout. I was able to find it real quick. But you know, when I first got this rig here, because I'm not the one that was the original builder, somebody else built this thing, and I came across it from them, and put all new old stock tubes in it. But when I first got this thing, I couldn't recognize anything, and I was, you know, I don't really have a very vast background in technology at all, educationally or transmitter to get when you're first getting one, and you want to do some work and rebuild some stuff, upgrade the power transmitter hands-on. So that was a good learning experience. And at first it was and having to go through the schematic and everything. I was like, wow, this thing really is a lot different. This homebrew is a lot different. Looking at the actual components and everything, and looking at the schematic, none of this makes sense to me. Boy, I sure like Heathkit. Everything was perfect on the Heathkit. Everything was, you know, is what it is. You know, you've got the schematic and you've got tutorials, and everything is where it should be. But on these schematics, it's like, wait a second, none of this makes sense. And then you have to start looking for landmines. You know, land. What do you call that? Something like if you're looking for a certain type of component, you can't just find it. You have to find something else next to it, and you're like, wait a second, let me look for this type of component, which is right next to what I'm looking for, because this type of component would probably be easier to find, and I can trace from there to the component I'm looking for, if that makes any sense. Because everything was just all over the place on here. And the other problem was that a lot of the values, when these guys would put these transmitters together, it wasn't critical to use the actual values that were recommended. They could use different values, and they did. Well, they used different parts, different values.
The radiating
so on the schematics, you might see, you know, a specific value of capacitance or resistance. And so you look for that, and it's not necessarily going to find that actually on the transmitter. So everything was, but like with Heathkit, most of the time, if you're looking for a 100 ohm, 5 watt, 2 watt resistor or whatever, it's usually going to be dead on, but not here. Everything was a mess. So little by little, working on it enough, and gosh, I just remember the days of having it down there, flipping it upside down, grounding out everything, discharging everything, getting my hands back in there, changing things around, trying to get things worked, and turning it back on, testing everything, and doing that like 100 times until I got it right. Everything. Like, you just learn them. So yeah, this was great, and now I have been really enjoying it. But the Johnson Viking. While I was in there and trying to fix the BFO and different things, and so anyway, my experience is much more limited than you guys. You guys know this stuff a lot better than I do. So, but it's a lot of fun to still get in there and mix it up and enjoy that part of the hobby. Not like having your bench there and having maybe listening on a net or listening to some guys on AM. Not transmitting, just in listening mode while you're with the soldering iron or whatever you're doing. It's relaxing. It's a good part of the hobby. So is antenna building and all that stuff. Not just talking, but when you get a chance and you got it all put together and you can fire it up and get that transmit, putting a signal out and make nice contacts and enjoy the hobby that way too. That's also great too. Anyway, I babbled enough, so back to Bruce, Whiskey 2, X-Ray Romeo, and the group. This is Kilo Golf 2, retractable gear.
WA1 Henry, LR.
I was just going to mention you. Your ears must have been ringing. KG2RG and the group with always welcome WA1HLR. This is W2XR. Bob had mentioned earlier, we have on frequency, Timmy, Bob WB1GCM, the BC1T that used to be installed at W1AW. And I was going to mention to Bob that I worked, let me look here in the log, I worked Tina, where are you, Tina? There we are, W1VCM, about 9:12 last night. On this frequency, I thought it was on maybe a different frequency, but 3885, and they were running the BC1T, and it really sounded great. I don't remember the BC1T sounding that good, but be that as it may, I was wondering how the BC1T had left the league and ended up at the museum. Why, maybe it's not appropriate, Bob, to comment as to why the league had the transmitter removed, but if it is, I was just curious as to why that rig had left headquarters. Maybe you could address that. Timmy, good signal, as always. I spoke last night on 3872 to a mutual friend that you and I, at least I haven't spoken to in a number of years. I was on the air with Chuck, K1KW, for about an hour and a half last night, and I finally signed off at 12:40 p.m. And I would have kept going, but I had to get to bed because my wife and I had to attend something earlier this morning. But it was great to talk to him. It was a long, long time since I worked Chuck here on the 75-meter band. Let me pass it over to Bob. And I guess, Bob, you could pass it over to Tim. And Tim, you pass it over to Justin, KG2RG. And then it comes back to me. WB1 GCM with the group. This is W2XR.
W2XR and the group on the AM rally from WB1 GCM. All right, very good. Hello, Tim, WA1HLR. Yes, I'm on the ART-13 with a Western Electric carbon mic to give it that authentic 80-year-old sound. I know it's not hi-fi, but somebody said I had armor-piercing audio on the thing, so there you go. So, about the BC1T. Well, originally, you have to understand my position in the fact that I worked at the ARRL laboratory. I was the assistant lab manager at the ARRL lab. And we had gotten an order from the CEO to find one of these big AM transmitters. And so I did. It was from the National Capital Museum of Radio Television in Bowie, Maryland. You might know that story. But the deal that I worked out was the league was very, very wary of owning such a radio. But they were okay if the museum had this radio and the museum stored it in the lab, and the ARRL would get the benefit of its use. So basically the BC1T was owned by the Vintage Radio and Communications Museum of Connecticut, but it was stored and shown off as a museum piece at the ARRL laboratory where visitors could see it. And they could see the work in progress, or they could actually see it in use. And so what happened was it was a wreck when we got it. The Radio Museum, Vintage Radio and Communications Museum of Connecticut, restored the BC1T to its original broadcast configuration. And we ran it that way into a dummy load for a long time, and once we figured that transmitter was good to go, we turned the world's best expert over to the transmitter for that world's expert to convert it from the AM broadcast band to an amateur band. And that's exactly what Mr. Smith did. WA1HOR. In fact, he was given the royal treatment. We bought him a lab coat, and we all had a good time of it, and he did a fantastic job. So, okay, we used that transmitter for the AM rallies for 2019, 18, 19, and 20, and 21. And so we used it for a few years there at the lab. And then, COVID came along. 21, I was there, but the only one allowed to operate it, 21. And then in April of 21, I retired. And when I retired, there was nobody there that could run that transmitter. And without a staff member to run the transmitter, because they were scared of it there, really, without a staff member and with no use, the ARRL asked us to take it back. And so we did. We took it back to the museum. We were the owners. And we set it up there, and this weekend you're hearing it as Whiskey 1 Victor Charlie Mike, as you did at last year's 2023 AM rally. On a quick break, do you have any other questions about that, please? Over.
No, Bob, no. I knew that Timmy, of course, was the one who had completely rebuilt the rig, and I've actually seen the pictures, and I think there was a video of some of the work that Timmy had done, but that's very interesting. I did not know any of the reasoning behind the relocation of the rig. Well, that's good news. I thought, candidly, for some reason that, I don't know why, but candidly I thought perhaps the league had found the possession of a high-power AM broadcast transmitter unbecoming or distasteful, which I would never understand, but you made it very, very clear. And I'm glad it did end up once again in a good home, and most importantly that it's still on the air and it sounds great. And Tina sounded really, really good through that rig last night.
Yes, she did. Again, it was originally owned by the museum and stored at the league for the league to use. In fact, I saw it as a device that would heal past wounds. You remember the AM wars? There are a lot of AMers that still were very, very pissed off at the league because they were very anti-AM in the 60s and the 70s, actually wishing that AM would die. I'm sure you've heard about that. And so, but times changed. And And then CEO Tom Gallagher said, Bobby, you got to get me one of those transmitters. And we did. Haha. And hence we had this great AM activity at the Aero Lab. We had a lot of fun. We had guest operators that worked great. Great ambassador for the ARO. And I will say this. I'm very, very, very critical of the league these days, okay? But they are not anti-AM, and therefore any mode that radio amateurs enjoy, the ARO is going to support them. That's the most positive thing I can say about the whole situation. At least they are with people that enjoy AM. And they may end up with a big old transmitter themselves eventually after this weekend, because I think there's going to be a desire. Do you know W1AW was on AM on 40 making contacts too? So there you go, Bruce. And Justin, fine business on everything. Let me turn it over to the maestro. Tim, I'm going to make a contact with you. I'm running the ART-13. Got about 100 watts pumping up at you. WA1HLR, WB1GCM.
Yowza, hang on, I want to make sure everything is tuned up, hunky and dory and hunky, and all that kind of thing. Yay! Yay! Yeah, I'm just getting this thing set up here. And Bruce, I was going to look for you on Farty. I've been up on 15. I've been busy. I've been up in Monticello. Oh, God. I went up when? Thursday. Jumped right into it. 6160 has been sounding like dog crap. Because I think maybe Alan may have adjusted things to try and get more power out of it. You know, it's a linear amplifier transmitter.
Yep, magnesium
is being overdriven. And maybe loaded too lightly. So, well, the garbage Bible beater ranting and raving away there doesn't matter because this audio is yellowy anyway. As soon as the music show's begun, which is Area 51 on Saturdays and Sundays from 7 until midnight, and I do 7 to 8 on both Saturday and Sunday. I'm like the lead guy. And listening to what I've done and how it came across, you know, with bass distortion and intermod, so not that anything was broken, but I took it in my own impetus to go up and fix it, which I did. And I improved the processing setup and all that, so now I think I have it sounding pretty damn good. So it was worthwhile, but you know, I wanted to be around for the whole AM rally, but as it is, you know, Friday I was still working. Saturday I was going to leave out Saturday morning, but there were other issues with the processing that I needed to deal with, so I didn't leave until midday-ish, and then I stopped to visit a buddy of mine's desk, K1WXY, along the way, and we've had this DX100B project for quite a while. I gave him a mod transformer that I think came out of a BC610H or I. And you can fit that thing onto the DX100 chassis, and it it just didn't work right, so it's like getting to the bottom of it. So I brought some other stuff along, the external audio amplifier and all that, and an audio output transformer to use as a driver going directly to the modulator grids, and everything appeared to be working okay. So finally I got in around 7 o'clock last night, put the broadband receiver I got on and tuned myself in, and wow, it doesn't sound half bad for a change. So I got on a little later on 40 meters. I tuned up there because the rice bunch was there, and there was Bruce W2XR, so we hung out for a bit, and then the band went away. So today I had things to do, and finally I decided to get up on 15 and see what was going on, and I talked with a couple of people, Dan KD4UMU, for quite a while. He was just strapping in to beat hell, you know, almost like a twisted pair, no fade, no kids, no lids. And he asked me about the BC1T. So I filled him in on the story, you know, change of the guard at the league and all that, and things just, I thought, just fell out of favor, and they didn't want it around anymore, so I went back to the Vintage Communications Museum, and I explained to him that, well, it's on the air from there because that it's still around and it's alive and well, you know. So that's interesting. So experience when Tom, I never met Tom Gallagher, but Bob, I you know, for me it was quite the high being around. Everybody seemed to be enjoying the hell out of the whole situation, including myself. But thing I never got to do was to be able to dual band the transmitter with the flip of a switch, as well as put in a tune and spot position in there, which is all doable, but it would take time to do. But at least the thing is up and running. I haven't heard Tina on it because I've been out and about. I've been up on 15, and then I signed with Dan, and then another friend of mine, Bill, KA3MFN, who's out in the Midwest, got on. I talked with him at length on 75. He said he was going to be on 40, and with the yellowy sounding Valiant, sure enough, he got on, and I was hearing him okay. So, you know, the problem is, you know, tomorrow there'll be nobody there. It'll be a ghost frequency, a ghost band for AM, which is too bad. So I'm here for a little bit, so I'm kind of picking stuff up in here and whatnot as we're entering into another cold winter night. KG2RG WA1H Yellow
N1MUC.
N1MUC, hold on, N1MUC and Papa Charlie. Okay, I'll make a transmission, send it to Bruce afterwards, and Bruce and Bob, this was their frequency, so I'll let them pick those guys up, and the break-in stations you guys have recognized. And hello, Tim, John, good to work you. Yeah, I actually have been logging the AM rally, so I'm gonna get you in the log. I was, you know, kind of disappointed I didn't come across you. I thought I was gonna have to submit in a log without your call sign in there, and gosh, you're like you're like the number one guy I can think of when I think of AM, I think of Timtron. I just do. Anyway, you're definitely one of my favorite people in amateur radio and in AM. I actually have a poster of Timtron hanging on my wall next to my poster of Bear. I live right down the road from Bear. This is actually Bear country that I'm in. But hey, by the way, Timtron, I ran into one of the Globe Scouts from another fellow maniac up in Maine, Glenn, November 1 Yankee Tango Mike, and he sounded really good on that Globe Scout. Hey, I'm going to mention also to you, Timtron, or anybody who needs, I picked up some Drake gear that I wanted, and the guy was just like, from me, he just wanted to get rid of some stuff, everything, and he didn't have a whole lot, but he had enough. And some of the stuff was included with some manuals that I don't even need. But I got 2 manuals here. I don't know if that guy needs one or if anyone else needs one. But I've got a Globe Scout transmitter model 680, and I've got a Globe Chief transmitter model 90. I've got these manuals in plastic, like how they put them in for comic books that are mint condition, man. These things are original, brand new, mint condition. They don't even look like they were open much, but other than me looking in there to see what was in just interested in it. But if you need those, or if that guy or whoever, maybe Bob or whatever, I'd be happy to give them to you guys. I also have another one for a Drake, something, I forget what it was, but not something I don't have here. I actually even have extra manuals for some other Drakes, I think I have an extra manual for the Drake 2C. I have 2 of those manuals, and I have a Drake 2C and a 2NT, mint condition novice station. But fine business. All right, so I don't have much else to report other than my wife is not home yet, and I just looked at her location on the phone, tracking her and seeing where she was, and because she's going to be grabbing some Chinese food on the way home. So when she does come, if I don't answer back at all, then I'm eating Chinese food, and I'm gone. You guys cannot compete with Chinese food. I'm sorry. Love you guys, but Chinese food is Chinese food. Let's face it here. And I haven't eaten Chinese food in a long time. Anyway, but I'll probably be here until the Chinese food gets here. So back over to Bruce, and again, Bruce, I'll send it back to you. There were 2 breaking stations. Hopefully you were able to copy them. There was a November 1 Mike Uniform Charlie. We know him, and there was also a Papa Charlie. So with that, Whiskey 2, X-Ray Romeo, and the group. This is Justin in Albany, New York. Kilo Germany 2, retractable gear.
Yeah, KG2RG and the group from W2XR. Very, very good. Everybody's booming in here. The proverbial armchair copy, as we would say. Well, real good, Bob, on the BC1T, and very interesting about the League's position on essentially all modes, which I think is great. That should have always been the position, in my opinion. I've always wondered why they had this, for lack of a better term, adversarial position about AM. I guess it had to do perhaps with always want to maintain, let's assume, the current state of the art in radio communications technology. Perhaps it had to do with bandwidth conservation. I mean, I could see to a certain extent arguments on that side, but I'm glad that they did a 180 and they embraced the mode now, which they always should have done. And I was always wondering in the back of my mind if they were the ones that were really, really pushing hard for the change in the output power regulation to 1500 watts PEP, which in our case translates rather into 375 watts carrier output with 100% modulation. None of us were happy about that. That's when I had to stop running a full gallon with this rig back in, when was it, 1990 now? I think they gave you 10 years. There was a 10-year grandfather clause to modify your rig for the new power regulations and whatnot. But anyway, another conversation for another time. Timmy, you and I worked on 40 meters yesterday at, let's see now, got you here in the station log, 8:31 to 8:47 Eastern Time, and you were booming in, and then all of a sudden somebody pulled the carpet out from under on 40 meter band. The band just died, and that's when we both said 73 to each other. Hopefully you remember that. And then I stuck around on that frequency for about another, actually I'm looking here, I was on 40 meters up until, I was on 40 meters until about 10 o'clock last night. And for the first time, I worked a station on AM in the state of Iowa. He was running a KW1, not a very strong signal at all. He said I was booming into Iowa, but he was just above the, probably like an S4, Q4, not a strong signal at all. I think he said he was only running an antenna maybe 30 feet above ground, but on 40 meters, that should have done it with no problem. But yeah, he said I was putting in a great signal, but I could hardly hear him. But it was a first for me, first time I ever worked Iowa on the AM mode. And you did relate the story about what you did at WBCQ when we spoke yesterday. All right, so we have, according to Justin, we have two breaking stations here. We have Paul, N1MUC, who we had the good fortune to work last night here on, actually on 3872 kilohertz. And I think Justin said there was another station with the call letters Papa Charlie. So let me do this. Let me send it over to the Papa Charlie station first, and then you send it over to Paul, N1MUC up in Trumbull, Connecticut. The PC, politically correct station to get it, with the group. This is W2XR. My name is Bruce. We're here on Long Island, New York.
November.
Yeah, no kidding.
Papa Charlie. Hello, Bruce. Over there on Long Island. Hey, Jim, I just heard you in there. I've been listening for quite a while. I thought I'd just say hello to you up there. Don't have your usual booming signal. I don't know if you're going to be in there later on tonight, but I will be by the band all evening. I'm going to go one and done, and I'm going to back to listening. I don't want to tie things up because it's a big group, and I don't want to be in a big group. So that's it. I don't have a whole lot to say on this end. And you got Jonathan. I'm over here in Roseville, Michigan, in Riggs Johnson 500. And I did work you last night over there in Long Island. I started that group on real good. I'm going to go back to listening. I know QPC group, but I didn't catch who it goes to next.
Yeah, Jonathan, I didn't
think I get it.
Could you give it to me again if you would?
I got to bail out for about 10 minutes. This is WA1H and Yell R.
Yeah, it was November.
Tim, let me just count you as a, let me kill that speaker. Let me just count you as a quick contact before you go, because my supper is almost ready. I've got all your info. Just tell me the rig you're using and acknowledge you heard me. N1MUC.
Yeah, Tim, Paul wants to just get your basic rig information, but before you do, Timmy, what is the PC station out in Roseville, Michigan? What is his call? I didn't copy it.
I heard it. That's November 8, November 8, Quebec, Papa Charlie. That's John in Roseville, Michigan. Over.
Yeah, I got his cue. The handle.
Tim had to step out for 10 minutes.
I'll get him when he comes back.
Okay, I meant to tell Timmy I also missed right now on WBCQ Marion's Attic. I always enjoy listening to that radio broadcast.
That old lady's crazy.
That old lady is funny as hell, I'll tell you something, but sometimes that old lady plays some amazing music. I didn't really enjoy the music of last week, but the week before, I only caught like maybe, 25 minutes of the show. It's only 1 hour, of course, and they were playing some great Western swing and 1940s, very early 1950s vintage country music. And I sent an email to Marion asking if they could email to me as an MP3 file the entire show, and I never heard any response.
Okay. Well, I think a little birdie will be telling Marion, and maybe perhaps that recording that you want will show up at your door. Over?
That would be great, because I'll tell you something, I don't know where the hell they get such an incredible collection of records. And not only that, but what's the woman's name? Christina. Christina always, of course, says, like, this is a Decca recording, number such and such and such, from 1951. It's a 78 RPM record. And again, it's really, I really just enjoy it. And Marion is funny as hell. And Christina, of course, is always very, very serious. And I would love to hear that broadcast if I could. In fact, there was one song that they played. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I wrote it down in my home office. It was something like, please don't sell Daddy any more whiskey. That was it. Please don't sell Daddy any more whiskey. And you can hear in the background, they dubbed in a baby crying. And I think it was from 1949. It was a 78 RPM record. All the music that they played, that entire block for 1 hour, it was one great song after another. And for me to say that is somewhat unusual. Because, again, I'll tend to pick and choose. Well, I wasn't so hot for this recording, but, yeah, this was a good recording. I would really appreciate that, Bob. Thanks very much.
Yeah, okay. I think they had to keep whacking that kid during that whole song, so he kept crying.
Well, I think that Marion made the comment about the baby crying. And, it was dubbed in. They obviously had recorded a baby crying, or was, some voice actor that was simulating a baby crying or whatnot. But just a great song. And I can't remember some of the artists that they featured, but, they crammed some really good stuff into a 1 hour broadcast. I think at this point they've had over 900 broadcasts. Timmy was telling me that it was one of the very earliest shows to be featured on WBCQ.
I know, I can imitate her. Hello! She's funny.
I'm not going to put two and two together, but I know that the address is Coventry, Connecticut, so maybe I shouldn't say anything else.
Don't worry about that. You know, I think I know who this person is, so maybe. You know, you see her down at the post office. She has this. She uses. Well, I won't go into it anyway. But I think she's a pretty private person. So I've never bothered her. You know, over.
I hear you loud and clear. But how about Christina? She sounds like a regular, as I say, straight person who gives all the information about all the individual recordings.
Yeah, I've heard the show for a long time, and it comes in good. And one of the reasons why I like to listen to WBCQ is because Tim has run it for so long, and he's very picky on the audio. And when those transmitters are set up by him, they are second to none on the shortwave bands or even the AM broadcast bands. The audio quality set up on those transmitters are superb. So all the music shows sound really good. W2XR, WB1 GCM.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir here, Bob. Yeah, hang on one second. Okay, just wanted to adjust the grid drive. Yeah, I would definitely agree, and it makes the listening experience all that much better. Suffice it to say, I listened to the broadcast, Marion's Attic, here on my R390 with the Sherwood detector, the Sherwood sync detector, and it really comes through, pardon me, in true hi-fi, but very, very interesting. There's so many great novelty broadcasts that are featured on the planet. And again, that happens to be one of them. But just as a clarification here, the broadcast I'm referring to was not last weekend, but it was 2 weekends ago. And it was late 1940s, very early 1950s, Western swing and country and Western music.
I listened to that show. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, it's an amazing. I don't know where they get the records from. That's the funny part. All right, I don't want to leave anybody else out. There was NAQPC that was in there. Maybe some others. Tim had to step out, and I'll tell you what, Bruce. I hope you're on some more. We can talk, and we have a lot in common that you don't know about yet. So we can talk some more. So. Maybe we ought to turn it out to see if there's any other breaking stations in here. But let me turn it over to you, Bruce. And you know why? I gotta cook dinner now, and I gotta go for an hour or so, and hour or two, and take care of husbandry things. So let me turn it back to you with 73 to Tim, Justin, John, who's on frequency, and anybody else listening. W2XR, WB1 GCM. Cool about WBCQ, though.
Yeah, real cool. Really enjoyed chatting with you. And again, it has been quite a long time. And I may have met you when I went to the League. I was, and I won't hold you because I know you got to please the other half there. But I went to visit the League in, I think it was 2017 or 2016. This is before I retired. And I had to go up to the Hartford area to visit with a client. And the meeting ended about maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I said, hey, I'm really close to Newington, maybe within 15 minutes, whatever, of Newington. Let me get out the old GPS. And it took me right to the League. And I showed up there completely unannounced. And they really were so hospitable to me. They gave me a complete tour of the facility and asked me if I wanted to operate W1AW, which I respectfully declined. Showed me all the vintage gear that they had squirreled away and whatnot. I met a lot of the staff. There was one woman who I met. She was very, very pleasant. I can't remember her name. Oh, gosh. She was a ham too. I don't know, but anyway, she was in an administrative capacity. But I was in the lab, and I may very well have shaken hands with you. We may have actually had a an eyeball at one point. But another conversation for another time, and yes, I very much would like to speak with you whenever you have the opportunity. I do hang out on the 40-meter band, and I do hang out here on 75 and 80 meters on AM, and I also operate single sideband on all bands, and we also operate CW as well. So I'll let you attend to your husbandry duties there, and we'll talk to you soon. WB1GCM and the group from W2XR.
Thank you very much, Bruce and Justin, for standing by. Just on a quick break, John, are you still out there? N8QPC, over. No.
I thought he said he was just going to pop in and kind of pop out, so he probably signed off.
Working in pencil is the way to go. All right, so Bruce, really nice talking to you again, and we have similar music tastes as well. So let's get on the air again, okay? I'll be on the lookout for you, and 73. 73 to you, Justin. I really enjoyed talking to you this weekend. Let me turn it over to you. And thank you for holding down the frequency and conducting everything. KG2RG, WB1GCM.
Okay, yeah, prime business, all right. Take care, Bob. Maybe we'll catch you later, or sooner or later, eventually. Good chatting with you. Really good to hear. I'm glad you guys definitely sound like you guys need to pick it up again. That's pretty cool. And great listening to everybody here tonight on 80 meters. And man, the signals are just bombing in. Yeah, a couple things to mention. And yeah, I got an email right now, and nobody said they wanted the manual, so I did get an email from November 4, Juliet Oscar Whiskey, who was listening in the background. That's Joe. Hey Joe, good to work you earlier on, I believe it was 40 meters we worked in. Good to know that you're reading the mail here on 80 meters. Looks like Joe's putting together two of them. He's got, or two of them that he's putting together, one of them or whatever it is there, but he has two of them, and they work on AM and CW, but need to troubleshoot on them and whatever. Anyway, be on the way real soon. Got your name on them. I'll get them out, and the 680 manual, I believe, the globe that you asked for, so that's yours. I'll get that out to you, and I'll also reply on the email. I just wanted to mention that. Yeah, also, good to know, Bruce, that you like CW. I love CW, and when we were on 40 meters earlier, at the end of the net, I guess there was a AMer trying to check in, but he just couldn't get through, so he sent his call, just wanted to check in, he sent his call on CW, and I, being an operator of CW, picked it up right away. It was Kilo 9er, Radio Mexico, and I checked him in, and but it was pretty cool to work him while I was AM phone, and he was sending in CW. Also, you mentioned something very interesting. You mentioned power limits and how they changed and the rule changes. And I love vintage gear and all the old gear and everything. And I have a lot of passion for the old stuff, old keys and all that stuff, old tube rigs. And I'm kind of a student of all of it. I got licensed in '97, so I didn't go through it, but I love it, and I love how the novice, whole novice situation was, and the limitations and then the rules and regulations on power limits back in the day, back in the quote old days. when the power limit was 1 kW DC input to the final amplifier. 1 kW DC input to the final amplifier. Yeah, probably the single sidebanders didn't really care so much for it, right? But the AMers, that was when that changed, that was a big crushing blow. I could just imagine the big iron AMers were not happy. Yeah, on the single sideband, 1 kW DC input to the final amplifier would translate to something like 2 kW PEP input with about 12 to 1400 watts output. No big deal, right? On CW, a Class C kilowatt would probably get you about 750 watts out, right? Yeah, but on AM, 750 watts carrier, which would probably be something you could do, right? 750 watt carrier, 4 times your carrier would at 100% modulation, it would be something like 3,000 watts PEP would be possible. And then when the FCC changed the amateur power limits to 1,500 watts, regardless of mode, 1,500 watts output, regardless of modes, guys like you, Bruce, and others with the big iron AMer stations were probably not that happy, I can only imagine. But it's all very interesting, just knowing the history of that stuff. Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Not sure who else is in here. I think I'll check to see if Timtron is back. He said he was disappearing for 10 minutes. Timtron, pick it up. If not, Paul, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie, pick it up. And if not, I guess back over to Bruce. This is Kilo Germany 2, retractable gears.
Yeah, nothing heard. KG2RG from W2XR. Yeah, Timmy usually disappears at this time to get his broadcast on WBCQ underway. But yeah, it was not a pleasant time. I can tell you that from literally my experience. I mean, think about it. You had back then a lot of guys running big rock crusher, full tilt, 1,000 watt DC input, AM plate modulated transmitters, many of which they had built themselves, not to mention like the Johnson desktop kilowatt, the Collins KW1, the TMC GPT 750. There were very few that I remember converted AM broadcast transmitters on air back then. But yeah, I mean, I had built this rig to run 1,000 watts DC input 24/7. That's the way I designed it, and it'll still do it to this day. But that is when I remember probably the overwhelming majority of hams had really taken a very, very adversarial position against the ARRL. And a lot of guys fought it. I remember sending in a letter in protest to the FCC, as did many of our fellow AM operators, but it fell on deaf ears, and it went through. Obviously, the change in rules went through. But think about it. That kilowatt DC input regulation, if I remember correctly, that probably goes back to the 1920s. And that was a lot of power to allow an amateur radio operator to operate a transmitter in the amateur radio bands with that kind of plate input. That was a lot of power, and I think it still is. And to run that kind of power plate modulated was a real lot of power, because to your point, the PEP relationship to carrier power at 100% modulation, it's 4 times. That's at 100% positive going modulation. If you're modulating in excess of 100%, the PEP power is going to be even greater. And some of our stations can operate with as much as 180% positive going modulation. So you can imagine how much PEP power can be generated. And there was no regulation back then on PEP, either input or output. It was strictly DC input. But it all changed, and it's never coming back. It's just the way it is, and everybody kind of accepts it now, of course. But yeah, I've got this thing throttled back, and thank goodness I put a variac on it when I first built it. I run the high voltage supply is on 240 volts, and I've got a 240 volt variac in there, so I can variac just in the plate voltage all the way up to 3,000 volts. If I ever wanted to. I haven't run the rig like that in years, and there's no need. First of all, the signal strength wouldn't really improve appreciably, but there would be a substantial increase in the electric bill. So I get enough of an electric bill with this rig as is. Just to light up the 833As is 200 watts. Just to light up the two 4-400As is... let's see, what is it, 5 volts at 15 amperes? That's 150 watts right there. So you've got 350 watts just to light up the filaments in the final amplifier and in the modulator, not to mention the 845 audio driver tubes and the receiver and everything else that we have here in the shack. It takes a lot of power. But I have always liked the AM mod, and as I mentioned earlier, I operate single sideband. I'm not dogmatic about any mode of amateur radio operation. The only thing I've never tried, and I probably never will, is FT8. Never had any interest in ATV or slow scan TV, but the thing I like about AM is obviously the fidelity and the quieting effect that it has, that when you have a strong carrier, you just all of a sudden hear all that background noise and everything largely get attenuated. And with single sideband, you can be receiving a signal that could be 60 dB over S9, and to me it's like having a drum beating inside your head, because that background noise is constantly slow AVC. It's still a problem. Chinese food is about to be coming onto your dinner table there. I don't want to hold you. It's always enjoyable catching up with you and everybody else who is on frequency, and hopefully Timmy will be returning soon. So I guess if you wish,
I didn't even, one comment in the station's calling in, Bruce can pick you up. One comment, oh gosh, wow, I didn't even think about more than 100%. You're right. So if you can do one... 100% modulation, that would give you the 3,000 watts of PEP, but at just 100, you mentioned maybe as high as 180, but just at 170 peaks clamped off and all that good stuff, 175% modulation of 750 watts is, if I'm correct here, 150 watts PEP. Woo, man, yeah, that and then to get that throttled down to just 15 watts PEP maximum output You can imagine the flood of letters coming in from a lot of angry hams who have this equipment already built, and well, she's not cool. Yeah, some countries have Canada is allowed to run more. England is restricted, I think 500 watts or something like that. Yeah, well, I don't know what country allows the most, but that was a big hit. Well, anyway, pick up some of these guys. My Chinese food, I don't know what's going on, but the wife is, I'm tracking her here, and she's over there at TJ Maxx right now. She left Target, now she's at TJ Maxx. My wife and daughter are together, and, you know, who knows when they'll be back. And, gosh, if they do not come back with Chinese food, I am going to be pissed, because I'm waiting for Chinese food. And they've done that to me before. Do you want to get Chinese? And I'm like, yeah. And then they go out, and then they're shopping, and then they come back, and we decided not to get Chinese. I'm sorry. If you want, you can go out and get some. I'm like, what? Are you crazy? I'm going to send a message to them to tell them I really want Chinese food. Otherwise, I'm going to fry up the cat. I've got 3 cats in here. There might just be one too many. I've got some rice, and I've got a wok, and I mean business. I better get that Chinese food tonight. All right, Bruce, Whiskey 2, X-Ray, Romeo, Kilo Golf 2, Romeo Golf. Good talking with you. Catch you later.
Yeah, it's a good thing you don't have any dogs in the house. If you like Chinese food, I don't think Chinese food uses cats, but we've all heard that rumor about dogs. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, that whole thing about the power rules and regulations. Again, like I said, when you think about it, a kilowatt DC input was really a very, very generous amount of power, in my opinion. And there never was any regulation in terms of PEP output, and your logic is absolutely correct. If you had a transmitter that was capable of achieving 150% positive going peaks, and some rigs can do better than that, the PEP output of the rig is scaled accordingly. And yeah, so your logic is absolutely correct. Anyway, we'll chat with you soon, Justin. Have yourself a good evening, a good weekend, and we'll pick up our good friend Mr. Brown, who I heard chiming in there. Dan, how you doing? W1DAN with KG2RG in the Capital District of New York, now signed. This is W2XR Long Island.
Okay, Tim Tron came back, and who else?
N1MUC is in here, and I'd like to grab both W1DAN and W1HLR for rally contacts, and my XYL is waiting for me to come up and join her for pizza. So if I can get both of them, then I'll be good, unless there's anybody else in that hasn't worked me. This is November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie. Tim, I couldn't work the rally without adding you to my log. So I've got you in here. We just have to, just let me, I got all your stats. Just let me know what rig you're running, and I can tell you what I'm running, and we'll call it a contact. Over.
Yeah, sounds good to me, and good evening to you, Paul N1MUC from WA1HLR. That was one of my sisters calling me from New Mexico. She'd been out of the country, and she hasn't been feeling well, and she's been pretty sick, and, you know, it was allergens rather than, you know, they were treating her for bacterial infection, and it wasn't that at all, but she's seeing a different doctor, and now she's much improved, thank God. Anyway, transmitter I'm using is my Exciter Class Ranger 2 into the Tempo 2000 Linear at 125 watts carrier out. And the receiver I'm using is my much modified SX62 high fidelity radio. And the antenna in use right now is just a 75 meter dipole up about 40 to 50 feet. And that's it. Over.
All right, Tim. I'm running my usual Kenwood TS930S and the SP200, putting about 110 watts into the 75 meter dipole. All right, Tim. Thanks for the contact, and I'll let you get on to QSOs with the other guys. I just want to make a quick contact with W1DAN. You probably just got my stats. And by the way, Tim, you're about 20 over here in beautiful downtown Trumbull tonight. W1DAN and what
WD8BIL. Okay, there's Bud. It used to be in Lorraine. WD8BIL and here W1DAN. Good evening, guys. Doing the high end here. Okay. Good. Paul, good to hear you. And your rig sounds quite good. I'm also running solid state. I'm running a K7DYY from the Memorial W1ZZZ Dome City QTH location. It's at my location now. Receiver is a Yaesu FRG 7700. I have a HRO60 warmed up in the background. Antenna is a ladder line fed dipole, apex up about 60 feet, fed by a Johnson flash box. Processing is Optimod HF condenser mic, Symmetrics 528. So, very good. And good evening to you, Bruce. Sounding wonderful as normal. And still hoping to hear your phono preamp sometime. And then, gosh, not much else is up. Let's see if WD8BIL is good here. WD8BIL, this is W1DAN.
Yeah, real good, Mr. Dan. Trying to get things cleaned up here. Something that didn't seem to be right, but good to hear you guys, Bruce. I heard you in there wanted to say hello. And, well, good to hear you. Hope you're hearing me out there. Good, on the AM rail here tonight. Running the Ninja FT101E. Thunder amplifier. Let's see, with a 4572B. Commonly known as Puerto Rican. And dipole up to about 65 feet. And Bruce, I heard you mention I was tuned up the band here. I was down the road chatting with some of the local guys here in Ohio. Run up here and anywhere. So good to hear you guys. W1DAN and W1HLR and this for UCHR. Go ahead and take it. And here's Channel Master here today. WD8BIL.
Okay, WD8BIL and group W1DAN. I got some of that. I got your pair of 572Bs. And I'm looking at your QRZ page. It's a wonderful shack you have. And I think you got my K7DYY rig, so excellent. Thank you very much for the report. Why don't we go back over to Bruce and then see if Tim wants to grab it for a moment. W2XR, this is W1.
Dan, good evening to you, as always, and same thing to you there, Budley. Haven't chatted with you in a while. Out there in the wilds of Lorraine. No, I keep saying Lorraine. You moved away from Lorraine. I forgot what the name of the QTH is. You told me 1,000 times, but for some reason, and please forgive me, I can never remember, but I can hear you just fine. and Timmy there on the side as well. This is W2XR. Yeah, you're always welcome, Dan. You have an open invitation. We've discussed that many times. Anytime you're ever in this neck of the woods, please, by all means, drop by and we'll give you the guided tour of the shack and the audio gear and everything else, and maybe put you in front of the microphonium there, young man. Step up to the microphone, Sonny, and make a transmission. But I did but I did correspond with that gentleman from Darlington Labs. Very friendly, very cordial, and I think he appreciated my comments about his design philosophy and the website and whatnot. And sounds like he's got a nice little operation there. And I bet that equipment that he sells probably sounds very, very good. I did mention it to a friend of mine who doesn't share the same vacuum tube audio gear. He likes strictly, push-pull Williamson type circuits and that kind of thing. And he had never heard of the company. And I said, take a look at the website. They have some really nice offerings. They go into the design philosophy. Rails and whatnot to get the dynamic range and lots of headroom. And again, he had never heard of the company, but be that as it may. So I had a really nice conversation, Dan, last night with Chuck, K1KW, about audio processing. And your name came up a couple of times too, but rest assured, not in vain, about Optimods. And I described my Optimod, and Chuck was walking me through all these different presets that he had within his 93. But I was on the air with him for probably a good hour and a half last night, and I was the one who pooped out. He wanted to continue the conversation, and we agreed maybe he'll fire up again this evening. Smith is the one who gets it at this point, unless he's still attending to his WBCQ duties. WA1HLR, Skowhegan, Maine, and the group. This is W2XR.
Yeah, okay, Bruce. Well, that doesn't happen until 7 o'clock, so... And then it's just... I'm feeling really worn down. I'm almost tempted to have a cup of bean cup number 3 of the day. Might be a little bit too much, man, but I'm trying to keep up with my sleep, my lopsided sleeping patterns, and you're doing well on the 4 horseman amplifier there, Budley. I switched over to the wire array. That's what I'm using. And it seemed like your receive signal was that much better on the array than it is with the 75-meter dipole. Now I'm using my Exciter Class Ranger 2, driving the Tempo. What's out? Oh, God. And using my usual SX62 high fidelity receiver and whatnot. Yeah, speaking of Chuck, when I decided to get on the air, I tried 15 meters and tuning around on the rice blocks around 21, 420, a little higher than that, maybe 22, 23. I heard Rick B6CQ, who I haven't talked to in quite some time. I think, Dan, you were in there. I couldn't hear you, but Chuck, with what he's got, I could hear. But it was that long path echo sounding like he was going around the globe. So it was, the real short, wavy sound. I'd get reports like that when I had the 41000 rig, but I haven't run big power for many years. I wouldn't consider the Junction 600 big power. I would call it good power, but and as far as the so-called 375 watts and that, I don't pay any attention to that. It's pretty bogus. And I've explained the true meaning of power on AM, and you run 1500 PEP double sideband. In order to modulate that as a full carrier double sideband signal, you need 3 kilowatts of carrier. The actual interference footprint of 3 kilowatts of AM versus 1500 PEP sideband double sideband is identical. So my goal is to get something going with at least 2500 watts of carrier, which I want to play around with the Blockbuster and try screen modulation, because the 4x10 PA tube is that much more efficient with screen modulation than it is operating as a grid-driven AB1 linear. So, and then the other thing is the infrastructure to handle that kind of power. I can do it at this end, with a correct antenna changeover relay, and that and the cable going up the hill is 1.25" foam dielectric heliax, but it's what's at the other end where the weak links are. And right now is not the time to be out there in the cold inside an unheated building in the blockhouse. I gotta pull the tuner down, needs to be cleaned up, all kinds of stuff I gotta do. Oh, God. Man, I'm feeling it. So I don't know. And Dan, I'm kind of curious. I had a long talk with Ellen today about audio processing as I made changes in the layout up there. It's just like I brought up my Texar audio prism that was in there at one time. Checked it all out. It seems to be okay. And there's a CRL 400 series 400 or something like that. Another frequency that I consider a total waste of time, so I moved that over to the 222 in front of that for 7490. So I made some significant changes in the processing and retweaked things, and I think I didn't have any kind of a broadband monitor, so I couldn't listen to the end results, but I do have a broadband receiver here, and I'm going to be listening closely this evening. Although yesterday evening it didn't sound half bad, but then when you get selective fading, it can do some it can induce some weird forms of distortion that it's like. Ellen and I were talking about processors, and being that the processing gear is 25 years old, how long is it going to go on for? Got to pull it down, recap things, and on and on. So I suggested, rather than going a digital type processor, because when a digital processor dies, boom, it just dies. That's it. Whereas an older analog processor, not so much like the RBN 9000, but the 9100. So might be in the market for a couple of those. So keep your eyes open, and maybe something will happen. And that's the story. W1DAN, 1 Dan, I think it goes your way, from WA1H in YLR.
W1 Oscar Charlie.
N1MUC.
Okay, K1 Oscar Charlie, N1MUC. Okay, stand by. Quick question, Tim. Can you, what frequency did you make the changes on, and what's the chain?
6160 and 7490. On 6160, there is the Texar Audio Prism going into a Innovonics 222. And 7490, there's the SEP400 going into another Innovonics 222. And that's it.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, we can talk at some point, and I might have something for you. But very, very good. Good to hear you. And you did hear me talk with Chuck and Rick on 15 today. We had a good time, and Chuck was just a gangbuster signal. He's using the Anon 7000, and it sounds really great. So very good. Let's keep this thing going, and 2 stations jumped in. MUC, go ahead, and then there was a new breaker after that.
Roger. Let me kill my speaker here. I would like to work WD8BIL if possible, because I have not logged him yet, and I don't know if that was K1OC or W1OC. I'd like to work that station too. Then I got a break for supper. In fact, I got about 7 minutes before I got to go check the pizza in the oven here. WD8. MUC, how copy?
Yeah, N1MUC, WD8BIL. Yeah, very good copy. Here in Ohio. I'm just about 10 miles north of Athens, in a little town called Slow, Ohio. Name here is Bub, Bravo United Delta. And I'm running a usual 101E and a 457 degree antennas a dipole of about 65 feet. So there you go, sir, over.
Roger, the rig here is a Kenwood TS930 S with a Heathkit SB200 linear, and we're pushing about 110 watts into a 75 meter dipole up 75 feet. Name here is Paul, Papa Alpha Uniform Lima. QTH is Trumbull, Connecticut. Over, give me your rig one more time. We had a little noise in there. And by the way, Tim, your signal came up to about 40 over here, in Trumbull. A little fading every now and then, but on average it came up about 10 dB. I guess this band is going longer. N1MUC, back to WD8BIL. We're WD8BIL. WD8BIL.
This is an FT101E. Fox Tango 101 Echo. It's a Yaesu. Yeah, it belongs to Gold, DRB. And I keep it on the air in his memory, over.
Yes, the Derb.
Roger on the Yaesu. Good copy there. 101. All right. Can I pick up that W1? I think it was OC, or was it K1 OC? This is N1MUC, and then I'll bug out for a while. You guys can have a QSO, and I gotta go eat my pizza. Over.
Yeah, I love it when people break up a QSO just to have a couple of contacts with the AM rally.
Yeah, N1MUC. This is Whiskey 1 Oscar Charlie. You were calling me, right?
Roger.
Oh, yeah, I was just looking for contacts for the AM rally, so, you know, I don't want to butt in. But I will work you if you want, and my name's Dale, and some of you might know me as Alpha Fox 1 Tango. I'm using a club call that I'm the trustee of. And I'm not running any really old equipment. I'm running a Yaesu FT990, driving an American AL80A amp into a half sloper on a 60-foot tower, which has top loading, a 20-meter beam. So that, it seems to be pretty good on DX. So that's kind of the thing. Paul, I need your info. I've got N1MUC and your name is Paul. So give me the rest, over.
Yeah, Roger, Dale. The rig here is a TS930S. Heathkit SP200 linear. We're putting about 110 watts into a 75-meter dipole, 75 feet, and the QTH is Trumbull, Connecticut. And yeah, I've been a part of the QSO that's been going on most of the evening, but I'm getting very close to 100 contacts, so humor me, guys. And I couldn't get by without having Tim in the log. Okay, Dale, that's my stats. Back over to you, and thanks for the contact. I'll listen to any other comments you have.
Okay, very fine. Well, I know Tim and and I do know Chuck O'Neill, K1KW. In fact, I worked him on 10 meters earlier today. I'm kind of a VHF microwave experimenter, so, you know, but I do like all the old equipment, and I'm always interested in vintage gear and all that sort of thing. I just haven't been on AM very much, but I'm using this call. I figured it'd be a good time to get it on the air. The W1 Old Crow call. So, I think I got everything from you, Paul. N1MUC from W1 Old Crow. Over.
Roger there, and thanks for the contact. And I'm going to break for supper, and I will be back. I may put out a call on 160 meters, but I haven't had very much luck, and a little disappointed with how quiet the band has been. 73s, everybody. If I don't make it back on this frequency, or if you guys aren't here when I come back, this is November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie in Trumbull, Connecticut.
Okay, Paul, very good. Thank you very much, in W1OC. Good to hear you. And, Bruce, why don't we send it over to you? A quick thing. Darlington Labs was Keith Richardson, and it's based on the Darlington transistor. W2XR, W1DIN.
Can I grab it here for a minute?
Yeah, was there another breaking station in there? This is W2XR.
Just me, and I wanted to give Dale W10C a contact cleaner. Good to hear you here. Good signal in Maine.
Yeah, okay, Tim. WA1HELR from W1 Old Crow. And I usually see Tim at the Nearfest. I think that's when I saw you last. And I live in Henniker, New Hampshire. I don't know if you got that. Henniker, the only Henniker on Earth. And my own call is Alpha Fox 1 Tango. My wife and I are both home. So I think you got the gear there, Tim. I think you're running a Ranger 2 and a Tempo amp and a SX62 and a diaper pole, you call it. So is that right? Over?
Yep, except for the antenna, I switched over to the directive wire array for Budley's, long haul out to Budley. Other than that, you got it.
All right. Okay. All right, Tim. I'll work. I haven't got anywhere near as many contacts as I did last year, but I figured I'd get on. It's fun, and I get to talk to a lot of people out west on 10 meters, and I'm glad that people like building stuff. That's always been my ham radio passion, is to build things. Although this equipment here isn't all built, that's for sure. All right, Tim, thank you very much, and we'll catch you down the log, and you're always welcome to come and visit. Over?
Yeah, whenever I get out and about and down that area, sure, I'd love to come up and visit you. So I've a brief question is, W10C an additional call, or did you dump AF1T and get W10C?
Neither one. It's a club call, and the trustee couldn't do it anymore, and I said, I don't want to let this go to waste, so I became the trustee of this call a couple of years ago. It's the old Concord brass pounders, A lot of people now think brass pounders are metal workers. But I think it goes back to the 40s as a club station. So as far as I'm concerned, anybody that ever was a member of the club is a member of it now, and there's a few around. So that's the story. So I have my own call, and I don't put this one on the air very much, but this is the time, the type of thing that I like to do it for. Over?
Oh, but of course. W10C! W1 Old Crow! Just picture it now. All right, well, I'm going to fall into the background here, but maybe sometime run into you here on 75 or 160 or 40 or something like that. I'm still around, still here, still breathing. Anyway, go ahead there, Bruce. W2XR from WA1HLR.
Okay, WA1HLR and the group from W2XR. Well, hello to you there, Dale. Pardon me, I remember last time we spoke was, I believe, the 2023 AM rally. And if I'm not mistaken, we had a very interesting conversation about Major Armstrong and about Western Electric 417A low noise, low play resistance, high transconductance triodes. That at the time, in the late 1940s, was really the state of the art in that type of a low noise RF amplifier. And I believe it was you, that I had this conversation with. Just on a quick break, am I hopefully recalling the correct person here?
Yeah, you're joggling my memory. And as I told you, I have a hard copy, cover copy of the book about Armstrong. That was it Lesson that wrote that in 1954. Over.
Yep, it's the same gentleman, that's for sure. You and I had that conversation. A man of high fidelity. I have that same, not hardcover. In fact, you're right. You had told me that you had the hardcover of that particular book, and I didn't even know it existed as a hardcover. I have the what do you call it, paperback, I guess they call them, made by or issued by Bantam Books. And yeah, it's an okay book. I didn't really learn too much about the Major, but yeah, I remember chatting with you about Project Diana, which was the 1946 test where the engineers at Fort Monmouth, the U.S. Signal Corps, had bounced signals off the moon to verify that radio frequencies over a certain frequency range would propagate beyond or through the ionosphere. And that was considered crucial information before the United States was to move forward with launching satellites. 1946. The chief engineer on that project was actually at one time the chief engineer of WSM, Nashville, Tennessee. And after the war, and he concluded his service with the Army Signal Corps, he went back to being the chief at WSM.
Well, yeah, very interesting. You've got a good memory. Speaking of 417As, I have some of those because, you know, anybody who knows me knows I'm a VHF microwave experimenter, and I think I got my license in '63, but my uncle was a ham WNQKA, and he had built a 2-meter converter. And the hot thing back in the 50s was the W2AZL 2-meter Cascode front-end converter using 417s, the gold grid. So when my uncle passed away a few years ago, I inherited all this stuff. And, you know, when I was a kid, I could only dream about having one of those tubes. But now I got a bunch of them, and, you know, I can do better with an FET, you know. But at the time, that was the thing. So we could go on, but interesting. And I knew some of the people that worked on some of those projects. So we could talk about that stuff. Over.
Yeah, as Dan and Tim know, and probably Budley too, I always enjoy chatting about that kind of stuff. Another one who really enjoys that topic is Clark, N1BCG. And did I send you that audio recording of Major Armstrong that I have here when he was conducting engineering tests from a repeater site in, what is it, Paxton, Massachusetts, or Mount Paxton, something like that, with another one of the engineers who was involved with the Yankee network?
No, you did not send that. Over.
Okay, well, do me a favor. Send me an email. My email is good on qrz.com, and I'll send you an MP3 file. It's about 45, 50 minutes long, and you can hear Armstrong, you know, asking all these technical questions and whatnot. You can hear one of the engineers' wives get on the order wire. Really, really cool stuff. It was originally issued, I think, on a pair of 16-inch, 33 1/3 RPM transcription discs.
Yeah, well, that sounds neat. Well, we should talk about this, and I'll get my phone number. My wife has to do the computer stuff. I don't see very well, but there's a connection with Armstrong. He had a summer place in Rye, New Hampshire, on the seacoast, and he and his wife are buried in Merrimack, Mass, I believe. I haven't seen the site. I've seen the house, but I haven't been to the grave site. But I'm fascinated by all this stuff, and you know, all the things that happened to Armstrong and so on. And you know, I just felt really bad about, you know, what happened to him and all that. So, interesting stuff. Bruce, give me the information on your rig and stuff of the rally. I think you got mine. I think. Over.
Yeah, I do. And I don't want to hold this thing up too much longer, but yeah, he's buried up in Rye Beach, New Hampshire. That's where he and his wife had a beautiful home, and after he had committed suicide, that's where his wife lived for the remainder of her life. And it's interesting, it was 70 years ago, on January 31st, just a couple of days ago, was the unfortunate anniversary of the man's death. but another subject for another time. But anyway, yeah, the transmitter here is homebrew. I built this rig myself. It's a pair of 4-400As, high-level plate and screen modulated by a pair of Class B 833As, driving the 833As with a pair of push-pull Class A 845s, directly heated triodes. And the receiver here, Dale, is a R390 with the Sherwood Engineering SE3 synchronous detector. And my antenna is a half-wave dipole. It's fed with 600 ohm open wire transmission line and a homebrew balanced L antenna matching network. And that is what we have here at the transmitter and receiving site of W2XR.
Very good. And you're in what town are you in right now?
Yeah, we live in the town of Smithtown, Long Island, New York, about 45 miles east of New York City on the north shore of Long Island.
Okay, named after Timmy Smith. All right, very good. And I'm sure I got that last year as well. And I'm not going to write all that stuff down. I'm writing an abbreviated version because I think the rally doesn't give me much room here. But anyways, we'll talk about this stuff. And I don't know if you got my phone number, but very fascinating. And everybody that's interested in old radio history should learn about this stuff. So I can tell you how I got the book and all that kind of stuff, Bruce. So W2XR. I'll stand by for anybody else that wants to work me. This is W1 Old Crow.
W1 Old Crow, N4JOW. Hey guys, I got a skid. I got a CW schedule at 7 o'clock. So Bruce, good hearing you. Tim, good hearing you. Bull, and we'll hopefully chat with you down the road here.
This is W1OC. I don't want to take over, so a couple people called. Who gets it first? Maybe I should work the Ohio station. Is that okay?
Yeah, I can make a quick one here. I was at Monmouth in 75th, stationed in 73, and they were still doing in the 2.4 and 5 gig range. And I had fun with that. Just basic stuff. It's fun as a ham. Having kids to work with that stuff. It's just amazing. And somebody from Marshall said, hey, give her a kiss for me. And it's always good to hear you. Up here on, on any frequency, tell you the truth. And that's about it here from Ohio. You guys take care. We'll talk to you down the road. W2XR.
Yeah, very good as always, Budley. 73, I think you said you were signing off to get ready for a CW skid. Good for you. Good for you. Anyway, we'll talk with you soon. We're usually on the radio here on Saturday or Sunday afternoons, occasionally on the 40-meter band as well. But there was a station calling UDL. I think it was a 4th call district station. So the 4th district gentleman who wants to contact W1OC, give him a call. This is W2XR.
Let me make sure I'm done with, I think it's Bud. It's WDIL. I want to make sure I have it right. And I don't have the town in Ohio. I know it's near Akron. Over.
Oh, there's like 5 stations there. And you have Whiskey Delta 8. And who's about Akron?
Delta India Lima. What's your town?
Whiskey Delta 8, Bravo India Lima, WDIL.
Bravo India Lima, right? And your name's Bud?
QSL.
I still haven't got the name of the town. Is it Akron or something near it? Over?
Yeah, it's still Ohio, just north of Akron. Over.
I can just put Akron, right?
Yeah, it's about 10 miles northeast of Akron.
I'll just put Akron, and I hope they don't penalize me. Okay, I'll call the 4. I think it was N4JOW. Is that right?
Yes, it is. The name here is Joe, Juliet Ocean Echo. We're Northern Virginia.
Joe, where in Virginia? I got to put this out in the log for the rally. Over.
Yeah, I'm in the rally County, too. It's Stafford County, Virginia, which is the name of the town also. So it's Stafford County, Stafford Town, and 4JOW.
Stafford Town is what I'm going to put down. And what's your equipment? Over?
My rig is an IC7600 rice box with a Titan 425 running about 100 watt carrier, and we have a inverted V at 90 feet.
Okay, inverted V. Very fine. And I don't know if you got my equipment. I think you might have. Over. Did you get my stuff, Joe? Over.
W10C N4JOW. Again?
Yeah, I must have taken a fade. Do you have my information? Over.
No, I need your information. That's what I was next.
Okay, it's Dale, D-A-L-E, in Henniker, the only Henniker on Earth, New Hampshire. H-E-N-N-I-K-E-R. Did you get that? Over.
Yes, I have it. Thanks. And your rig and power.
Okay, the rig is a Yaesu FT990 driving a AL80 alpha amplifier, and it's about 175 watts of carrier right now, into a half sloper, a quarter wave wire on my 60-foot tower with top loading on it. Over.
Great. Thanks a lot, Dale. And it's been a pleasure. I'm not a big AM guy, and I'm just loving this. This is terrific. You're probably my number 15 in the log, and it's been great. Thanks a lot for the cue, and good night, and 73. I'll be clear. N4JOW.
73, Joe, and thanks. Okay, I'll stand by if there's anybody else. This is W1 Old Crow. Doesn't sound like it. KC2RG was in it earlier, and I can't remember. W1GAN, are they gone?
Uniform Golf November. N.
Who's the UGN? Not sure if somebody else is calling me. W1 Ocean Charlie, listening.
This is Kilo Bravo 1, Uniform Golf November.
KB1 United Golf November. You want me to work you in the rally here? This is W1 Old Crow. Over.
Sure. Yeah, just be aware I'm having to work 4 switches on this contraption, so it takes me a second to switch over from transmit to receive here. This is a totally home-run station made up of 4 parts. It's a little difficult to coordinate right now.
Okay, I'm trying to picture that. I used to build stuff like that, and I still do. I had these great big lever switches and all kinds of weird stuff to switch from receive to transmit. I hope you got it down there. I'll give you my information. I don't know if you have it. Or you want me to give it all again, or what? Over?
Yeah, this is KB1 UGN. Sure, if you want to give me your information, just maybe pause for about 30 seconds while I get this thing switched back over to receive.
30 seconds, okay. That sounds like some of the stuff we do on microwaves. All kinds of relays and switches to turn. So let me start now. I don't think that's 30 seconds. My name is Dale, Delta Alpha Lima Echo. I'm in Henniker, New Hampshire. Hotel Echo, November, India, Kilo Echo Radio. New Hampshire, the only Henniker on Earth, in fact. And I am using a Yaesu FT990, driving an Ameritron Alpha Lima 80 Alpha amplifier, about 175 watts of carrier into a sloper antenna. It's a quarter wave wire on my 60-foot tower. And that should do it. So let me turn it back to you, and you can give me your name, location, and your equipment there, which sounds pretty interesting. Over.
Okay, thanks, Dale. The name here is
Ian, India, Alpha, India, November. I'm in Barrytown, Vermont, so central Vermont. And currently I am running what's called the Pan Trio. It's 3 homebrew radios made on old cake pan. I have the cake pan transmitter. That puts out 4 watts, 4.5, depending on how it's feeling on the day. It's a 6AQ5 oscillating a 6Y6 old TV sweep tube, and it's modulated by another 6Y6 tube. That's feeding the dual 807 linear amplifier that's putting out 30 watts a carrier. And then on the receiving end, I have a homebrew regenerative receiver running a whole mess of 6SN7 tubes.
Okay, I think you turned it back. Oh, 6SN7s. By the way, I have a bag of 6SN7s. So, very good. The only thing I didn't get, first of all, I wasn't quite sure your name. If it's something like, I got something like Jain. I'm not sure what your name is. And you're in Vermont. I didn't get that either. So this has taken a while. I don't want to hog the time for everybody here. I assume you're running some sort of a dipole, but I could be wrong. So just give me your name and the town in Vermont there. KB1UGN. Very impressive. This is Old Crow. Over.
Yep, the name here is Ian, and it's Barry, Vermont. I repeat, Ian in Barry, Vermont. And it is an inverted V dipole. The center of it is about 27 feet off the ground.
All right, I still don't have the name. I have to just give it in phonetics. I don't know if it's Jan or Ian or what. Over.
It's Ian. India, Alpha, India, November. India, Alpha, India, November. It's an old-fashioned Gaelic spelling of Ian. Instead of India, Alpha, November, they added the extra line just to make it confusing.
Okay, I got IAIN. All right, I hope I got it right. That spelling, that confused me. I had a J instead of an I. So I'm going to write IAIN. Anyways, we'll let you go, and keep up the good work. If you ever need 6SN7s, I probably have some. But I'm trying to picture that whole setup. Sounds pretty neat there. So 73. KB1UGN from Whiskey 1 Old Crow.
And if you look up my call sign on QRZ, you'll see either the whole setup or part of the setup. I don't know if there's a picture of the receiver up there yet. That's the latest thing I built. But I know the transmitter and the amplifier are up there.
All right, we got all of that, Bruce. Ian. In Barry, Vermont. 73. 73. I'll stand by in case somebody else. I don't know who's running this group here. This is W1OC in the background. I've got to eat supper, too, so maybe somebody else wants to contact before I go. Over.
Anyway, Dan, I'm sorry. Boy, did this thing go off on a tangent. W1DAN and the group from W2XR.
Okay, Bruce, yeah, I'm here. Good that it's getting some contacts on AM Rally, but I am going to check out, I will say 73. We'll talk again in detail about Darlington Labs and triodes and such. And it's good to hear everybody in here, so maybe next weekend. 73 Bruce, good night everybody. W2XR, this is W1DAN.
Yeah, real good. How could I forget the gentleman's name? Keith Richardson. Keith Richardson. Not Keith Richards, but Keith Richardson. Yes, of course. Okay, real good. Pardon me. I'll be on the air, no doubt, next weekend. I was on the air for quite a while yesterday. Pardon me, on 40 meters and on here on 75-meter band. But we'll let you run, Dan. Always a pleasure. Always much to talk about. And I'll talk to you soon. Timmy, I hope that you're still around because it's getting kind of thin out there. WA1HLR with W1DAN sign. This is W2XR.
W4 CDJ.
N4JOW.
Yeah, I hear N4JOW and I heard another W4 station in there. Are you gentlemen looking for contacts for the AM rally?
Not me. This is W4 CDJ. Dan in Lawrenceburg, Indiana.
W3EMD.
Yes, sir. N4JOW.
Okay, I heard several stations in there. I heard N4JOW. I heard a W4 station, very strong, from Indiana. And I heard W3EMD, no doubt up in Rhinebeck. So let's take it one at a time, okay? Let me take the November 4 Juliet Oscar Whiskey Station, Joe in Stafford, Virginia. I did overhear your conversation with W10C before. You're running an IC 7600 and a Titan, I think it was 425 amplifier. Again, my call, pardon me, my call is Whiskey 2 X-Ray Romeo W2XR. My name is Bruce. My QTH is Smithtown, Long Island, New York. I'm about 45 miles east of New York City on the north shore of Long Island. And the transmitter here is Homebrew. It's a pair of 4-400As, high-level plate and screen modulated by a pair of Class B 833As. That's the Homebrew transmitter here. And my receiver is an R390 with a Sherwood SE3 synchronous detector. And the antenna is a half-wave dipole. It's fed with 600 ohm open wire transmission line and a Homebrew balanced L antenna tuning network. Good signal, incidentally, N4JOW. You're coming in here about 60 dB carrier level on my R390, which translates into about a 20 dB over S9 signal. N4JOW in Stafford, Virginia. This is W2XR.
Well, thank you, Bruce, for taking my call. Let you know I'm originally from East Meadow, New York, so anyway, I know where you're at, and it's beautiful country up there in the North Shore. Anyway, I'm running an IC 7600 rice machine with about, I got my Titan's running about 100 watts carry, 150. And I have a dipole at 90 feet, so it's an inverted V at 90 feet on the 40-meter band. 80, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong, I'm talking about the, what I did all afternoon. No, I'm on the 80-meter full-wave loop. I got a full-wave loop at 80, at 80 meters. So, to get the last two calls in for the rally, and I'll probably throw the towel in because I got to go look at the rules and see when this rally is over. But anyway, you have such tremendous audio and a tremendous signal down here in Virginia that I had to talk to you. So, and tell you that we're fellow Long Islanders. So, back to you. I won't hold it long. And 73, and thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Joe, no problem. And East Meadow, my wife's cousin lives there. We know the area quite well. Very good. Well, you're very welcome for the contact. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe the rally is over at 2 a.m. Eastern Time on, which would be, of course, February the 5th. But very good. Good luck, and maybe we'll contact you again in the near future. The next station was a Whiskey 4 station. Why don't you give me a call? This is W2XR.
W4 Charlie Delta Juliet. Hit following the W4 station. W2XR, W4 CDJ.
Yeah, I copy you fine. Whiskey 4 Charlie Delta Juliet from W2XR. Again, my name is Bruce. QTH here is Smithtown, Long Island, New York. Hopefully you heard what our homebrew transmitter consists of in my previous contact with Joe N4JOW. Give me your name, your QTH, and your equipment if you would, sir. We'll put you down here in the log for the for a point or a contact for the AM rally.
Fine business, Bruce. W2XR, W4 CDJ, returning. Somewhat familiar with Long Island, Bruce. I lived in Miller Place, New York for a couple years when I was one of the startup engineers on the Shoreham Nuclear Power Plant project a number of years ago. So, been there, done that. Loved the Hamptons, and I loved the South Shore. And my son loved to go down over the cliff and shoot for pumpers there in Miller Place. The transmitter here is a T368. The receiver is an R390A. The antenna is a double bazooka made from RG58U. About 50 feet is the apex. We're in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, about 24 miles west of Cincinnati, Ohio. That's the story here, Bruce. And I wasn't trying to be really a part of the rally. I just heard Tim in there and some other guys, and been listening for a good while, and really enjoying listening more than talking. So we'll get back out of here. I'll say 73 to you. Thanks for picking me up, and hello, Tim Tron. W2XR in the rally. Whiskey 4 Charlie Delta Juliet.
Yeah, very good signal from Indiana this evening. I didn't catch your name. Maybe you can give me on your final transmission what your name is, sir. But very good on living out in Miller Place. It's funny you mentioned that. My wife and I had brunch today with friends, a guy who I've known since I was in high school, he and his wife, and they live in Miller Place, so it's a small world. And I also knew a fellow who was an engineer who was involved with the Shoreham Nuclear Power Plant. I believe he worked for Stone and Webster, and I believe that Corder Engineering may have been involved in that project as well, which, as we know, suffered a very sad fate. But be that as it may, Stone and Webster, he was a mechanical engineer. I don't remember which aspect of the plant he was involved with from an engineering standpoint, but unfortunately that particular gentleman is no longer with us. But be that as it may, give me your name if you would.
We go by our middle name. Let's start over here. W2XR, W4 CDJ returning. We go by our middle name. Dan is short for Daniel, Delta Alpha November. And I also worked for Stone and Webster Engineering at the time. And we used to go to, I can't remember the name of that judge, the judges out there, Shoreham, Judges, is that the name of the place? Another place called the Mushroom Cap. And several other places towards the center of the island that I won't mention. Anyway, thanks for picking me up, Bruce. Enjoyed it. W2XR, for CDJ, Dan in Lawrenceburg, Indiana.
My pleasure indeed, yeah. And funny, too, I saw a guy over the weekend, who had just acquired a T368 that he's looking to sell. So small world, some very interesting commonality there. Well, very good, Dan. Thanks for the contact, and it was my pleasure, and hopefully we'll be able to chat with you under somewhat more relaxed conditions, if you will. You take care of yourself. W4 is CDJ. This is W2XR. And I heard, I think it was W3EMD in there who was calling, who I had a very pleasant conversation with, I guess, about 2 weeks ago.
Whiskey 1 Tango Sierra standing by.
Turn it over to me.
I did, but let me just take this other station real quick. W1 Tango Sierra. I couldn't pass him up because he was putting in such a loud signal here. W1 TS, I think it's right. W1 Tango Sierra. Go ahead. This is W2XR.
Okay, Bruce, fine. W2XR, Whiskey 1 Tango Sierra. Fine. Real quick, I just want to get 2 more contacts in the rally, and I'm going to shut down. That's my goal. Name here is Will, Washington, India, Lima, Lima. I'm located across the bay from you in Connecticut, in Oxford, Connecticut. Oxford, Connecticut, I have all your information. I am running a Johnson Viking Mobile, 20 watts input into a 160-meter doublet, receiving on an HQ129X. Had a lot of fun with this rig in the rally, and need 1 more contact after you. But thanks for picking me up. We won't hold it. W2XR, W1TS, over.
Yeah, my pleasure indeed, Will. W1TS in Oxford, Connecticut from W2XR. I know exactly where you're located. And yes, you're not quite across the pond from me. You're a little bit further to the east, if I'm not mistaken, but very good signal. That Johnson Viking Mobile, 20 watts. Incredible what you can do with 20 watts here on the 75-meter band, obviously when the conditions are good. On my R390, I just took a quick glimpse at the carrier level meter. You're coming in about 70 dB. That's easily probably about a 35 dB or so signal over S9. W1TS from W2XR.
Okay, Bruce, thanks for that fine signal report. And, yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, low power, we'll get you through. We're only about 12 dB down from S9, I guess, at certain cases. But you're doing a great signal here yourself and having a lot of fun with the rig. But we'll let you pick up a lot of stations. There are a lot of stations I hear in the background there, and so I won't keep it. 73, thanks for my next to last contact. W2XR, W1TS, saying 73. Good night.
If he wants another contact.
Yeah, good night, Will, and my pleasure indeed. Have yourself a nice evening. W1TS sign, this is W2XR, and I heard W3EMD in there. Give us a call. Go right ahead.
Yeah, if W1TS wants another contact, I'm available to do it. W1TS, W3EMD.
Sure thing. W3EMD. W3EMD. Whiskey 1 Tango Sierra. Yes, appreciate the call. And name is Will. I think I got my information. Will, W-I-L-L, in Oxford, Connecticut. I'm running a Viking Valiant Mobile, mighty 20 watts, 160-meter doublet antenna fed with ladder line, receiver on HQ129X. Awaiting your information. W3EMD from W1TS.
Yeah, W1TS. Hold on. W1TS, W3EMD, okay. It's not a real transmitter if you don't have to stand up and see the meters. Very good. Fine, Will. My name is Buzz, Bravo Uniform Zanzibar, Zanzibar, Baker Uncle Zebra, Zebra, Buzz like a buzzsaw. I'm near the town of Rheinbeck, New York, like the River Rhine in Germany, B-E-C-K, Rheinbeck, New York. That's 100 miles north of New York City in the Hudson River Valley. And the equipment here that I'm running right now is a Collins KW1. Collins KW1 dialed back to about 350 watts of carrier. And my receiver is a Collins 75A4 with the pilot light that just went out. Collins 75A4, and my antenna is a 600-foot square horizontal loop. You got that, Will? And I have your information. W1TS, W3EMD, over.
Okay, Buzz, W3EMD, W1TS, QSO, got all the information. Fine on the KW1. Sorry, I got to replace that number 47 and that 75A4. Big signal down here into Oxford. And very familiar with Rheinbeck. We've been up to the old Rheinbeck Aerodrome up there many times. And to the antique car flea market up there also twice. So thank you very much for having me met my goal for the AM rally. Had a lot of fun. And thanks for breaking in there and giving me the last contact for at least my part here. 73. Thanks again, Buzz. W3EMD, W1TS. Good night.
Roger, W1TS, W3EMD 73, Will. I'm about 3 air miles from the old Rhinebeck Aerodrome, which is still going strong. 73 to you, break with you, and W2XR. I've been listening for a long, long time. I've been working here in the shack with the 75A4. It was originally on the bench. I put it back, and when I put it back, I just noticed that the pilot light on the dial is out. So I got to take the whole. It's a huge job to take the receiver out of the stack here. It's in a stack. It's the second member of a four element stack. So if I want to change that bulb, I was listening to your conversation about Edwin Armstrong. It's very interesting. A couple things. I was at this wonderful museum at the former Marconi station down in Wall Township in New Jersey, and they have a huge display there of about Armstrong and everything that he did. He invented the regenerative receiver, the super regenerative receiver, and the super heterodyne, and they have examples of his work there from all three of those, which is very interesting, and a lot of there's some handwritten letters of his, in fact, there, and absolutely fascinating to see and hear the story of about him down there at this museum. I wonder if you know that museum, W2XR, W3EMD.
Yeah, very good there, Buzz. You and I spoke not too long ago. Let me just look here in the log. Hang on one second. Man, I worked a lot of stations for this AM rally. Here we are. We spoke on January 20th, beginning at 5:51 p.m., and we signed off at exactly 8 p.m. That's a lengthy QSO, a little over 2 hours. And I remember it vividly. It was a very pleasant conversation. We talked about many, many different subjects, including your work as a physicist in the satellite industry, and we spoke about satellite communications and fiber optic communications and networking and the whole 9 yards, and of course the KW1. W3EMD from W2XR. Again, my name is Bruce, and I have heard of that museum, but I've never been there. And I'm wondering if it's reasonably close to Fort Monmouth. Maybe that's why they located it in Wall Township, because the Major was originally from Yonkers, New York. He did a lot of his work when he was located in Philosophy Hall at Columbia University. That's where he did the bulk of the R&D work on his fourth major invention, which was FM, frequency modulation. And yes, I'm certainly aware of the other inventions that he was responsible for that you and I happen to be using, of course, en masse right now in our shacks. Regeneration, super regeneration, and super heterodyne receivers. And perhaps you also caught the comment that I had made earlier about the fact that it was the 70th anniversary of his very, very untimely passing at age 63 on January 31st of this year. Very, very interesting man. Another great source of information about Major Armstrong, two sources actually. Probably most radio hams have seen this, was the wonderful series by Ken Burns called Empire of the Air from 1991 on PBS. I can't tell you how many times I've seen it. In fact, I just watched it again. I think it was on Christmas Day or something like that last year. I never ever get tired watching it. And I also have the book that, I can't remember the name of the author, Tom something, had written, which was entitled Empire of the Air. And no doubt the PBS series was in large part based upon that magnum opus of DeForest, Sarnoff, and Major Armstrong. But perhaps you also heard the comment I made earlier, Buzz, about Project Diana, which was the Army Signal Corps experiment using an SCR can't remember the military nomenclature, but it was some kind of a VHF radar system that the engineers had modified for, I think it was 25 kilowatts CW or something, with a very high gain antenna. And I believe that the rig was tuned to just above the now current FM broadcast band, maybe about 110 megahertz, which is what they use to bounce signals off the moon to determine that radio waves over a certain frequency would indeed propagate through the ionosphere with minimum attenuation. Major Armstrong was involved with that project, but for some reason, Major Armstrong did not want to be publicly associated with that particular project. He may have thought that it was this is purely my speculation, he may have thought it was too much science fiction. I don't know the answer to that, nor have I ever found out, but I have seen photographs of parts of the receiver that were used for receiving the reflected signals off the moon as part of Project Diana that Armstrong was actively and heavily involved with, in fact, the design of, using Western Electric 417 high transconductance, low plate resistance, low noise triodes. Very, very interesting. W3EMD in Rhinebeck, New York. This is W2XR, Long Island.
WB1GCM.
Yeah, WB1GCN acknowledged. This is W3EMD with W2XR. Yeah, it's very interesting. I know all about the fight with Sarnoff on FM, but the story is that, Sarnoff had just finished the Blue Network, I think it was, NBC, and on AM, and spent $1 billion and on establishing this network, and big problems with QRN, static and noise and that kind of stuff. And he asked Armstrong, is there a way to do this without get rid of all this noise? So Armstrong went away and invented FM. And when he came back and showed it to showed it to Sarnoff, instead of Sarnoff thanking him, he was absolutely furious because here he had invested $1 billion in a nationwide AM network. That's the story. And I guess we frequently go into the city down the line along the Hudson River, and every time we go through Yonkers, look across the river there and see the Armstrong Tower. Back over to you, and we can pick up the W1 station if he wants a contact for the AM rally. W2XR, W3EMD.
Yeah, and that would be Bob in there, WB1GCM, who's always welcome. Yeah, in fact, it was called a little black box. A little black box. And that's what Sarnoff had said to Armstrong in passing, basically, static, as the engineers used to say, it was like the poor, it will always be with us. And Sarnoff had recognized that AM was, of course, very susceptible to QRN. And he said, again in passing to Armstrong, it would be great if somebody could invent a little black box to eliminate this static. And Armstrong literally took it verbatim. And the concept of FM, as far as building an FM transmitter, even in the 1920s, it was relatively well known that the technology to build an FM transmitter was quite doable. It was the receiving end of FM that made it very, very difficult. Nobody knew how to convert variations in frequency to linear variations in amplitude. And obviously, of course, it was Armstrong who had developed the discriminator circuit. But he also deserves a lot of credit for perfecting the concept of generating what was then referred to as wideband FM. He was responsible for the concept of generating the FM with a relatively small amount of deviation at a relatively low baseband frequency, and of course using frequency multiplication to bring the deviation up to a level that would provide a very good signal-to-noise ratio in his receiving system. And he had done a lot of tests with the transmission equipment located on top of the Empire State Building, because he needed the altitude, for receiving stations that were located actually out here on Long Island, one of which was in Riverhead, which I believe was the RCA receiving site for their World Communications facility, which was a big shortwave receiving facility in Riverhead. And the other was, I believe, just a residence in the Trenton, New Jersey area, where one of his engineers had set up a Armstrong receiving site, and they were conducting all kinds of propagation tests and just in general engineering tests to verify the concept of using wideband FM. And obviously it worked. And I actually happen to have here in the shack something that I really treasure. I have the original copy of the Proceedings of the Institute of Radio Engineers, and I'd have to look in back of me to find out the exact date, but I believe it was from either 1934 or 1936, and it was the actual article that Major Armstrong had written and submitted to the Proceedings of the IRE for publication, called A New System of Signaling Using Wideband Frequency Modulation, written by Major Armstrong. It was a landmark paper, and that's where he unveiled to the world the concept of modern frequency modulation, the generation, the transmission, and the reception of FM. And certainly an amazing development. One must wonder, if he had not committed suicide, what other inventions he would have been responsible for developing that we could still be realizing. But he's one of my few hobbies. I don't have heroes rather. I don't have too many heroes of people who have lived, but he is certainly one of them. And I really appreciate what he had done. And he never became a licensed radio amateur either. He was a radio amateur in the very, very, very early days of radio, but he never received a license, never had a call, and was always very fond of the radio amateur community as they were of him. But anyway, so much for Major Armstrong. Let me turn it over to Bob. WB1 GCM with the group. This is W2XR.
Great. Thank you, Bruce. W2XR and the group WB1 GCM. Good evening to Buzz, Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta, W3 EMD, and Rhinebeck. You're coming into Coventry, Connecticut, 59 plus. Name is Bob, Bravo, Oscar, Bravo, as known. I'm running an ART-13. But mostly, I just want to contribute a little bit to the conversation. Bruce, I am a docent, have been a docent at the Radio Museum in Windsor, where W1 VCM is. And I have to do the exact same explanation about Major Armstrong and frequency modulation. And you tell it spot on. I mean, I'll hire you. So it's a great explanation. You've done a great job describing that on the air. And I'd like to let you know, over in our museum, we have one of Armstrong's original FM repeaters, relay radios that covered the Worcester area, Worcester, Mass area, somewhere in the vicinity of, I think, 350 watts. But we have the unit at our museum. So there you go. Let me please turn it to Buzz, and I'll keep it brief. Nice to meet you. I worked you before, but it's been a while. W3EMD, WB1 GCM.
WB1 GCM, W3EMD. Fine, Bob. Very good. And yes, we did talk about the museum, and I told you my terrible war story about the museum, I believe. I went to the 1 BCG celebration at the museum and proceeded to catch a very, very nasty case of COVID. And that was before vaccines and things like that. So that's my fond memory of your museum at Windsor, although it was an excellent museum. And I actually made a contact with the 1 BCG system that AWA had set up there with a friend of mine. Be that as it may. So, are you in the AM rally? Are you in the AM rally, Bob?
Yes, Roger. I'm in the rally. I already worked Bruce. So the transmitter here at this end is a Collins Auto-Tune ART13 BC348-Q Western Electric carbon microphone and a dipole antenna. Over.
Yeah, how come you don't join us for the old... I'm looking at the same thing, BC348 and ART13 is sitting right in front of me here, and I run it from a DY17A dynamotor, by the way. How come you don't... Do you join us on the old military radio net, over?
Well, usually by about that time, I'm getting ready to go to the radio museum in Windsor. And usually I have to admit, though, I'm about sleeping at 5 o'clock. Years and years and years ago, back in the late 80s, early 90s, I used to be on the net on a regular basis, and I used to work Walt Hutchins, KJ4KV. Whatever happened to that guy?
Not a name that I know. I have a list of about 75. I'm a regular on the net these days. My alarm goes off at 4:45, and I stumble downstairs in just my underwear for the net. And I've been doing this, I guess, now for about 2 or 3 years, since I got the ART13 and then matched it up with the BC348. Mine is a BC348R, and I use a little SDR radio, a little pocket SDR, tuned to 915 kilohertz, coupled into the very, very broad IF in the 384, 348 to much, much, much improve the selectivity and get rid of the sideband guys and all that stuff. Very good. Well, again, set your alarm and come and join us. You don't have to get it at 5. You can do it at 6 or even 6:15. But the group has really expanded since, W3PWW, who was the net control for so many years, has passed away. And now it's run by 2 people, are kind of the alternate net controls. KD3HT over near Stroudsburg in northeast Pennsylvania in the Poconos, and W1NZR Brown from his place down in North Carolina. So that's my... That's my speech to you about waking up and joining the old military radio net. Over, Bob.
Well, thank you very, very much. I will do my best. I will try, Buzz. I will try. That is early, and I'll be honest with you. I visit a friend who's also a ham down the street, and I stay with him until about 10:30 at night. And then my alarm rings at 6:15 for me to go up to the museum. So I do have a little bit of time if I get up a little bit earlier there. I'd like that very much. And I've been a military radio enthusiast ever since I became a radio amateur 50 years ago with my first receiver, which was a DZ2, Delta Zulu 2 radio direction finding receiver. Anyway, don't forget Bruce here. Let me pass it to you and pass it around some more there. Nice to meet up with you, Buzz, and I'll consider the military users net. W3EMD, WB1, GCM.
I just got the call for dinner, Bruce, so pick it up and you carry on with Bob. W3EMD.
And 1MUC back.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Paul. You want to make a contact, no doubt. This is W2XR.
I don't know. Most of the guys on here I've contacted already. I have one more to go to make 100. if anybody is on here who has not contacted me on 75, November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie, come back. Otherwise, I'll just join in the queue. So I'm running out of places to go. I went down and made a couple calls on 185. I met MMR down there, and so I got logged. He was number 99. I got one to go. This is November 1, Mike Uniform Charlie.
W3EMD will give you a contact.
I think I worked him already. I put him in the log, and it tossed it out saying I had already talked to him on 75.
I don't recall doing that, but that's fine. Over to you, Bruce. W2XR, W3EMD.
Okay, Buzz. Yeah, I'll let you run for dinner. W3EMD with the group from W2XR. I do have something that might be of interest to both you and to Bob. I have a 45-minute recording of Major Armstrong actually talking through the FM repeater link while they were actually developing this for the Yankee network. And I believe that he was located in the Bronx, or maybe even at Columbia, I'm not sure. And he was talking to one of his engineers at the repeater site in Paxton, Massachusetts. And it's a fascinating recording. You can hear Major Armstrong talking with this engineer, pardon me, and the engineer's wife actually gets on the, probably the order wire, the VHF FM order wire, and she's talking to the Major, and I had gotten this recording from a fellow ham who used to live here on Long Island, and he had it on a pair of 16-inch transcription discs recorded at 33 1/3 RPM, and then he dubbed them both into one continuous MP3 file, and he sent it to me, and I have it saved in my desktop computer. And I'm sure, Bob, you would love to hear this, because again, if you're responsible for giving occasional talks about Major Armstrong and the impact he had on radio communications, you may want to have access to this recording.
Well, certainly, Bruce, and I could see its potential in being a fascination for radio historians at the Radio Museum in Windsor, because that is historically significant. There are a surprising number of people that do come through that are engineers that understand the radio technology involved. You can tell when people are radio people or they're not. And, you know, there's that 5% maybe that are in there, that 5-10%. They're there. They right away. They know what they're looking at. They see the Gates BC1T. They love it. But man, it sounds like an absolutely remarkable, one-of-a-kind recording. It's just a matter of getting credit where credit is due of ownership of that thing.
Well, the fellow who gave me the recording, unfortunately, to the best of my knowledge, is no longer with us. He was an older man when he was living here on Long Island, and a very smart man, too. He was a big collector of all kinds of electronic equipment, some of which found its way here to W2XR. But he moved out of state, and I heard from him one time when he had moved into his new QTH in North Carolina, and then he literally dropped off the face of the earth. So, you know, when that kind of thing happens, somebody you've had relatively frequent conversation with, and all of a sudden the line goes dry, and he was an older man, I think you can kind of put two and two together and kind of fear the worst. But yeah, when you send me that Marion's Attic recording, I'll have your email, and then I'll send you the MP3 of the Major Armstrong recording. And again, Bob, it's really, really amazing to listen to. It's in full fidelity. It just demonstrates how good in 1940, I think it was made in 1946 or 1945, I can't remember when, but it demonstrates, even at that time, that the technology was clearly in place to have true high-fidelity radio transmission. And it was even recorded well. It wasn't a scratchy-sounding recording. It was recorded with professional recording equipment, probably done by a professional recording engineer who may have been part of the nascent Yankee network. I really don't know. There is an announcer at the beginning of the recording that gives a relatively detailed overview as to what you're going to hear within this recording. And I've distributed the recording to a number of guys where I've had this conversation here on 80 and 40 meters about the major, and people were very enthusiastic to want to have this. So I give it out freely to anybody who wants to have access to it, and I think it's another way of preserving as well as demonstrating Major Armstrong's legacy. WB1GCM with, I think, W3EMD probably now having supper. This is W2XR.
Z8J.
I think I heard a ZAJ call in there. Go ahead.
Sign is Whiskey Zulu 8 Juliet, WZ8J, and I was just listening along here and wanted to say hello. Very interesting on Major Armstrong. I missed most of the AM rally here due to audio chain problems and the fact that our sun was shining here for like the first weekend since early December. So, W2XR. I think, from WZ8J.
Yeah, good signal from the 8th Call District. Whiskey Zulu 8 Juliet. We also have on frequency Bob in Coventry, Connecticut, and Bob's call is Whiskey Bravo 1 Golf Charlie Mike, WB1GCM. Yeah, I guess you were hearing the comments that I was making, we were all making, in fact, about Major Armstrong. Very, very, very interesting and notable individual within the radio art field. But what is your QTH? What is your name, sir? And what are you running out there?
Okay, yeah, very good. And hello, Bob. Very good, Bruce. The name here is Kevin, Kilo Echo Victor India. And the QTH is Brunswick, Ohio. Brunswick, Ohio, about 20 miles south of Cleveland. And I think I mentioned I had some audio chain issues, so I had to go back to the old 104 into the Road King 500A here. No fancy audio. I lost the output on one of the boxes I was using, one of the audio devices, a Behringer VX2000, which is sort of like a poor man's Symmetrics 528, I guess. So you might tell me how this sounds. Do I have enough audio? And hopefully it sounds okay on your end there, Bruce. But you're sounding great here in Ohio. Back to you, and then you can distribute it to Bob, I guess, from WZ8J.
Yeah, good signal, Kevin. And yes, you and I spoke back on the very last day of 2023. I just looked back in the log. I knew the call sounded familiar, and as soon as you mentioned your name and your QTH, I instantly remembered a very pleasant conversation that you and I had. We talked about a number of different subjects, I think the bulk of which were related to vintage radio gear. But good signal into Long Island, New York this evening. And let me turn it over to Bob and see how he copies you, and you guys can exchange signal reports as well. But the audio sounds good. It does sound like a D104, but it doesn't have that very typical D104 kind of tinny sound. So maybe you're loading the D104 with maybe a 15 meg or greater grid leak resistor to improve the low frequency performance of that microphone. WB1 GCM with the group from W2XR.
Okay, W2XR and the group WB1 GCM. Oh, very good, Bruce. Very good on all. Great copy. Hey, let me pick up Kevin. Hello, Kevin. Whiskey Zulu 8, Japan. Hello, this is Bob. Whiskey Bravo 1, Golf Charlie Mike, Germany, Canada, Mexico, WB1 GCM. I'm located in Connecticut, in the town of Coventry. Charlie, Oscar, Victor, Echo, November, Tango, Romeo, Yankee, Coventry. And I am running an ART-13, Collins Auto-Tune ART-13, and a BC 348-Q. How copy, Kevin? WZHJ, WB1 GCM.
No, WB1 GCM from WZHA. Well, Bob, nice to work you tonight. The ART-13 sounds just fine here. We've got a nice signal. 100% copy, and I hope I'm sounding okay on your BC 348. I actually have one right behind me. I have the Q model, and I understand these were used in the B-29 aircraft, which my father used to work on in the Korean War on Okinawa. They had a base there for the B-29s, and he was a tech sergeant in the Air Force. So there you go. That's my connection to that piece of history. So sounding good here, Bob. WB1 GCM WZHA.
Okay, WZHJ from WB1 GCM. Very good, Kevin. Solid copy at this end. I would give you an S9, a 5 and 9. A little QSB, but really reliable here. And nice to meet up with you. What equipment are you using tonight? Over.
Okay, Bob. Yeah, the equipment here is a Globe King 500A, 500 Alpha, and I'm listening to you on a Flex 5000. So I have very newish and very oldish. And the antenna is a 520-foot horizontal loop, only up about 25 feet, and fed with 300-ohm window line. So go ahead, Bob, and turn it back to Bruce after me, because I don't want to hold it too long. WB1 GCM WZHA.
All right, Kevin, the Globe King 500A is sounding really good here. It's making the trip. Your wire loop is doing good. It's very nice to meet up with you here on 75 meters during the AM rally. Let's see, I'm going to turn it over to Bruce, who I really enjoyed listening to all the history about Armstrong. I know much of it, but not every detail, and it's been a while since I studied it. And by the way, I passed that message about you not getting something. So I passed the message along to the right person. W2XR, WB1 GCM, and the group. I wonder if Buzz is back.
No, I suspect he's enjoying his dinner. And it's well deserved. I'm not having dinner tonight, incidentally. My wife and I went to a brunch. I'm a member of a car club here on Long Island, and we had our annual Valentine's Day brunch, and there must have been about 110 of us at this brunch. And at the table that I sat at, I had reserved 6 seats, myself and my wife, my buddy Artie, who I've known since I was a junior in high school, and his wife, and then another couple, mutual friends. We had a great time, but suffice it to say, I had so much to eat that I have no desire to have dinner whatsoever. I said to my wife, I said, all I'm having tonight is a grapefruit. That's it. Nothing else. Don't bother making any dinner, which she's thrilled about, of course. But Anyway, just so much on the subject of dinner. And on the subject of Coventry, Connecticut, I've been through there before. And since you're a resident of Coventry, Bob, I'm sure you're aware that Coventry is actually a good-sized town in the UK. And it's also the home of the Rolls-Royce company, Coventry in the UK. Just a little bit of automotive trivia. But WB1GCM with WZ8J, this is W2XR. Everybody's really coming in. Really great signals, great band conditions now, although here I'm picking up some QR November, almost like pre-summer QRN, and I'm wondering if maybe this favorable weather that we've had yesterday and today is maybe resulting in some thunderstorm activity down south. I have no idea, but very unusual for me to hear this kind of QRN this time of year. But the band is wide open and signals are strong, and with my sync detector here, QSB is never a problem. But you made an interesting comment there, Kevin, about your dad being a tech sergeant in Korea, during Korea rather, and stationed at Okinawa. When Bob and I were chatting earlier today, by sheer coincidence, we both had made comments that both of our fathers were actually involved during the Second World War at Okinawa. My dad was stationed at Okinawa. He was in the infantry. Miserable place. In fact, Bob, I didn't relate this comment to you earlier, but there was a great series on HBO a number of years ago. It was called The Pacific, and it was based upon a book that a member of the infantry, I think the Marines actually, a member of the Marines during the Second World War, and he detailed his stay at Okinawa during that, really what's considered to be the final battle of the Pacific Theater. And I said to my dad, I said, you've got to watch this episode. And at this point, my dad's dementia had really not kicked in too badly, so he was able to have a pretty good comprehension about what was going on in that particular series, that particular episode. So it was on Sunday night. My dad watched it, and I called my dad the next day, and I said, Dad, did you watch that particular episode on HBO last night about Okinawa? He said, yep, I saw it. And I said, well, what did you think? And he said, oh, it was nothing like that. And I said, what do you mean, Dad? He said, it was much worse. And it was pretty gross the way that they portrayed it in that particular episode. Mud up to your waist and just dead bodies in the mud. And, oh, it was a horrible place for both the Americans and certainly the Japanese. But anyway, just a little bit of commentary there about Okinawa. And my dad did give me a book I didn't even know he had. Two books, actually, about Okinawa. And I read one of them, and I never read the other. And really fascinating, the details about all of the underground tunnels and the network of tunnels that the Japanese had constructed on Okinawa. Probably nothing to rival Hamas in Gaza, but the Japanese were able to really avoid and evade capture for a very long period of time because of these tunnels, and it made it very difficult for the Marines and the infantry to get them out. And as we all know, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, they had to resort to flamethrowers within these caves and, tunnels that the Japanese were entrenched in. But anyway, I'm wondering too, Kevin, what kind of problems were you having today with the audio chain in your station? The audio sounds good, like I said before, typical D104 audio, but no distortion or anything like that. So whatever problems you had, I think you certainly were able to take care of them. WZ8J in Brunswick, Ohio, with the group. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York.
I think I heard an N8
sounded like OJJ. I'm not sure of that, but I will pick you up here. Just to answer the questions first, on the audio chain here, I was using two separate devices. One is an audio processing box with a parametric equalizer, a download expander, you know, a compressor, very much like the setup that the Symmetrics 528D is. But this is a Behringer device, and the output on that thing no longer was giving me output. So I switched it around because I also had this parametric equalizer that I was using as a brick wall filter because I was running a balanced microphone, a very wide range microphone, and I needed to limit the bandwidth. Otherwise I'd be 20 kcs wide, right? So I had it brick wall filtered with this feedback Pro, and I had the audio where I wanted it with the DX2000. With the DX2000 going out and just using the equalizer, I didn't sound right. So I just went back to the D104, and this never used to work. I don't know what happened, but now all of a sudden it's working. I could never get the D104 to work properly directly into the globe channels. For some reason now it's okay. I can't explain it. So that's that, and Okinawa was a horrible battle, and just hell on earth, I guess. And I think my dad actually camped out to next to some unexploded ordnance that was on the beach somewhere. Probably over Jersey, I'm guessing. Why don't we see if the breaking station wants to get in here? I think it was N8OJJ. Maybe you can see if Bob can hear you there, WP1GCM. There's also Bruce, W2XR. And this is ZOJ, Kevin, in Northern Ohio.
Yeah, you're just barely in there. If I didn't have this QR November issue that I'm having right now, I don't think I'd have any problem at all. But I believe that Kevin had mentioned your call is November 8, Oscar Juliet. If you can confirm that for me. And give me your name, sir, and your QTH if you would. And I wonder how you copy me. I'm here in Smithtown, Long Island, New York. I'm about 45 miles east of New York City on the North Shore of Long Island. N8OJJ and the group from W2XR. I'm having trouble copying this gentleman. Can you hear him, Kevin?
Yeah, I've got the QR Nancy also. I think it's N8OJJ, and I did hear him in West Virginia, but I think that's the name. N8OJJ, can you repeat your name a couple of times over?
Charlie, Oscar, Delta Yankee. Charlie, Oscar, Delta Yankee. Over.
Okay, I think what I got is it's Cade, as in Charlie Alpha, or Charlie Alpha Delta. That's not right. I'm sorry. I didn't get it right again. Give it to me a couple of times. I apologize.
Thank you. It's Charlie, Oscar, Delta Yankee. Charlie, Oscar, Delta Yankee. Over. That's Charlie, Oscar, Delta Yankee. Over.
Okay, you came up that time, Cody. Thank you, Cody. There you go, Cody. And what is the QTH again in West Virginia?
QTH
Franklin, Pelham County, in eastern Panhandle. Over.
Okay, Franklin County and eastern Panhandle of West Virginia. Yeah, your signal's much better now. I hope you copied that, Bruce. You got my relay of the basic information there. I am not really participating officially in the rally this year, but I know you are, and you like to be on these calls. So go ahead, Bruce. How did you hear him that time?
No, I'm back. This is WY18, y'all on.
Yeah, stand by there, Timmy, if you would. Yeah, I hear Cody a little bit better at this point in Franklin County, West Virginia. I think the issue is, Cody, and I'm purely guessing here, you're probably running relatively low power, and it sounds like you could use maybe a little bit more audio if you have the capability of increasing the modulation on that rig that you're running. But I'd be curious to hear what kind of equipment you have, and again, maybe you can turn up your audio gain on your transmitter a bit. Go ahead.
I turned my gain up a little bit there. I'm running the Yazoo FT847 all-road receiver into an inset long wall, and I hope you're up there. And I turned to get my gain up there. I'm running barefoot with 100 watts there, and all I can tell while I've been listening to your word, hey, is that QSL?
Yeah, I copied what you were running. It was a Yaesu FT something or other. I couldn't write it down quick enough, and then you asked me a question. Come again, if you would, again with the Yaesu rig, and please repeat the question you had for me.
And from what I can gather, you're running AM. Is that correct?
Okay, I got that, a Yaesu FT847, but I did not copy your question. Can you give it to me maybe 2 or 3 times so I can answer for you?
From what I can tell, you're running AM. Is that correct? Are you running AM?
Okay, I got it. Yep. Yes, I am running AM. I am certainly running AM. I'm running a pair of 4-400As, high-level plate and screen modulated by a pair of Class B 833A triodes. So, yeah, we're running real high-level plate modulated AM, as is everybody actually on frequency right now. Kevin's running plate modulated AM, so is Bob, and so is Tim, WA1HLR.
But I'm using a linear amplifier.
I haven't been into this area for very long. A lot up over my head, but this radio is in mode, and that's what I'm in right now. And I heard y'all talking about the Okinawa thing, and I just wanted to say, Vietnam era, it's the 20 years. Right out there.
Yeah, somebody unfortunately was just tuning up on frequency. I did copy. I believe you said your father-in-law had also served at Okinawa. I believe that's what you said. And I probably should have said this earlier, but I really wanted to thank my dad, your father-in-law, Bob's dad, and Kevin's dad for serving our country, and we thank them very much for their service, some of whom are no longer with us, of course. But I think that's what you said. Is that correct, Cody?
Yes, that is correct. He's a 20-year veteran of the Marine Corps, and he did serve in Okinawa during the Vietnam era.
Okay, very good. Very, very good. All right, well, we also have another station here that I'm sure would like to say hello to you. He's up in the state of Maine, and he's very, very well known here in AM circles. And Timmy, let me turn it over to you. We have on frequency here November 8, Oscar Juliet. The gentleman's name is Cody, like Wild Bill Cody. and he's located in Franklin County, West Virginia, a state that we don't typically work on AM, at least I don't. So it's certainly good, Cody, to make your acquaintance here on 75 meters using AM. Go ahead, Timmy. WA1HLR in the group from W2XR.
Town of Franklin in Pendleton County. Pendleton County.
Yeah, okay, Bruce. I was a little hesitant to get in here because Cody's signal has come up, but his audio is horribly distorted. You know, and I'm having trouble deciphering him because of the high level of audio distortion, very restricted response. It's almost borderline sock stuffed in the mouth kind of audio, but I believe he said a Yaesu FT847. Unfortunately, that line of rice boxes being the 857 and the 847, there may be another one in there. Their performance on AM is pretty abysmal, and it's too bad because Yaesu is known for better audio quality. So the worst ones in the lot are the ICOM rice boxes. So I don't have much more to comment on because I'm not hearing him that well. This is WA1HLR.
Okay, Cody, were you able to hear Tim, WA1HLR?
I can hear him a little bit, and like I said, I have a lot of UREs here right now, and it's kind of broken. I will say, this is the first time I have worked AM on this radio. I don't know how well it works. This radio was given to me by a friend after my general pass license. This is the first time I worked AM. Over.
Well, welcome to the community. That's all I can say. There's always a first time for everyone, and you may find that you may like it. As you're probably experiencing now, the operating style tends to be somewhat different from a lot of stations that operate with single sideband or FM up on VHF through repeaters. But it tends to be a much more, for lack of a better term, relaxed mode of operation, longer transmissions, as you're probably hearing here. Sometimes they can be very long, and I can be guilty of that as well. But you'll certainly meet a lot of very interesting people who frequently talk about subjects that are completely unrelated to the radio art. Such as we are having now and we actually had earlier today. And you may find yourself motivated enough to buy a transmitter and a receiver that are really designed for true amplitude modulation use. As a general comment, and there are certainly exceptions here, most of the Japanese-made transceivers made by ICOM and Yaesu and Kenwood, they can give reasonably good performance on AM. I use the term reasonably good, but you're always restricted in terms of their output power, and you may find that if you were to pick up a rig like a Heathkit DX100 or a Heathkit Apache or a Johnson Viking Valiant or a Ranger or something of that ilk, of which there are many different AM rigs to choose from, you may get a lot of pleasure in terms of doing a electrical and cosmetic restoration, getting it on the air, and then there's a plethora of modifications that you can make to really improve the audio quality, where these transmitters are really capable of, as I like to say, broadcast or better than broadcast operation. And the same thing applies to the receivers too. You know, getting a receiver that's really designed for wideband reproduction of AM makes it very, very much more enjoyable. And again, I don't want to hold this thing too long. I think maybe Bob wants to see if he can work you too in Coventry, Connecticut. N8OJJ with the group. This is W2XR.
7RCN. November 8, Queen, Papa Charlie.
I got a funny feeling there was some QRM on frequency, and very possibly Cody didn't hear me. Anyway, Bob, why don't you pick it up? See if you can make contact with Cody in West Virginia.
Okay, very good. W2XR, this is WB1GCM. This is Bob here. Bravo Oscar Bravo Bob, located in Connecticut. QRZ, there are several stations calling that are stronger. QRZ, WB1GCM.
Okay, who's on frequency that's looking to make a contact here? Obviously, there's a number of stations calling, and unfortunately, a lot of you are not on frequency. If you want to get on frequency, it'll make life easier for all of us. I'm using a synchronous detector, and it will not lock onto your carrier unless you're well within my passband. And right now, I'm transmitting on 3885.00 kilohertz. So if you can zero beat my frequency, you'll be on frequency with everybody else who's here.
Well, that's about all I can get close here, Bruce, with my ART-13. How am I doing?
Oh, Bob, you're booming in. No problem. I'm sure Kevin is still going to be able to come booming in here as well, and so is Tim. But I wish everybody would get on frequency. That's the problem. I hear several stations calling, but I'm not going to reset my sync detector because then you guys will be off frequency. So I'll say it once again. If you are looking for a contact, or if you'd like to join this QSO, gentlemen, I'd really appreciate it if you would zero beat my carrier. I'm transmitting once again at 3885.00 kilohertz. At least zero beat my carrier, zero beat your transmitter to your receiver, and everybody will be very happy. This is W2XR.
Zero beat, zero beat, zero beat, 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 zero beat, zero beat, zero beat, beat, beat. KA7 RCN.
KA7 RCN, do you copy? WB1.
And there's a man who's on frequency. Yes, KA7. KA7 RCN, I think it is. Let me get you down here in the log. Boy, wouldn't that be cool if you're coming in from the West Coast. KA7 RCN, go right ahead. My name is Bruce. We have several other stations on frequency here. My call is W2 X-Ray Romeo, W2XR. We have on frequency Kevin, Whiskey Zulu 8 Juliet. We have Bob, WB1GCM in the state of Connecticut. And we have Tim, WA1HLR in the state of Maine. So go ahead, KA7 RCN with the group. This is W2XR.
Ohio with a DX100, and let me see here. We're just checking some things out meter-wise. Yes, a DX100 and a 160 meter horizontal loop. Listening to everybody here on Hammerland, HQ 178. Transmission here. Just thought I would try to get in a couple corners. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, very, very good. What is your name, sir, and what is your QTH?
She's trying to break out into oscillation.
Mike India Kilo Echo. Mike is the name, and we are in Southeast Ohio. Southeast Ohio, over.
Yeah, unfortunately, somebody was transmitting an unmodulated carrier when you mentioned your name. I hate to ask you to repeat it again, but could you please give me your name again? I copy the QTH as Southeast Ohio. And just out of curiosity, what is the name of the town where you're located? And again, give us your call one more time, your name rather, one more time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting some audio feedback. I apologize here. My name is Mike. Mike is the name, and my call is Kilo Alpha 7. You know what, guys? I got a problem. I have a problem here, fellas. I'm going to sign off. 73 KA7 RCM.
Okay, well, good luck resolving the issue. I think you said your name was Mike, and if you get it fixed, give us a call later on, assuming we're still on hanging on frequency here. Anyway, was there another station calling in? This is W2XR.
November 8, Quebec, Papa, Charlie.
Yes, I heard the November 8 QPC. We worked just a little bit earlier tonight at 5:48 p.m. And let's see now. Yeah, you were Jonathan in Roseville, Michigan, running a Johnson 500, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And it was extremely crowded then, so I just took a standby and let things thin out a little bit.
Okay, no problem. Do you guys want to reach out to Jonathan if you're looking for a contact in Michigan? Kevin, do you want to take it? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Hello. Good evening, Jonathan. This is Whiskey Zulu 8 Juliet. And hello, Tim, by the way. I know he's still out there. Sorry, I got to do a little tuning here. Apologize. Whiskey Zulu 8 Juliet call sign, and I think we've worked before. Boy, the Johnson 500 has a big signal here. Now we're rocking it down to northern Ohio. Town here is Brunswick. It's about 20 miles south of Cleveland, and we're running a Globe King 500A. Globe King 500A. The antenna is a 520-foot horizontal fed with 300 window line. Then a QPC, John, WZHA.
WZAJ and QPC. They sounded real good on the Globe King. I got a Globe King. I do myself a 500B. I don't have it on the air tonight. It's sitting here on the back end. I need to get a new face for it. Somebody put a ugly panel pilot light in the middle of it, and it's just sinful. Other than that, it's a pretty rig. Yeah, I like that rig. The Globe King. What was his name? Carl something or other. It's a lot of interesting things. All right, I don't want to tie it up. I'm going to let the band roll on. Signal's real good and the audio's real good coming out of Ohio. WZHJ and QPC.
Okay, John. Well, thanks for the time. Appreciate it. The report. I'm going to probably just go on standby here, Bruce. There's a lot of people in here. I don't want to crowd it too much. There's probably other breaking stations wanting to make an AM QSO. So I can tell you that Mike down in southern Ohio, KA7RCN, he was running a DX100. He was getting some oscillation or something going on there. And he noticed that, and he had to clear out his apologies. So I just wanted to relay that back to you. W2XR and the group WZHA.
Yeah, I heard that something was going awry in his rig. I think I've worked that gentleman on 40 meters in southeast Ohio, and he usually puts in a really good signal here on the 40-meter band as well. But Timmy, why don't you pick it up? I'm going to probably sign out of here around 9 o'clock Eastern because there's something on TV that I want to watch with my wife. And that'll probably be, for me, the end of what really turned out to be a real marathon 2 days of operating AM here. And knock on wood, everything performed flawlessly, which I would have expected. The equipment really continues to run very reliably here. But anyway, Timmy, you pick it up. WA1HLR and the group, this is W2XR.
Hey, Bruce, you haven't logged me yet.
Yeah, very good, Bruce. W2XR from WA1H and YLR, and longer haul conditions are real good. I'm on the long hauling antenna. That's probably partially why. And good evening to you, Kevin, WZAJ. Real good signal here as to you as well, John, and to KA7RCN. Good signal to DX100 until the oscillation started. But obviously the audio on the DX100 has been done over to some stock form. It's a pretty ugly sounding transmitter. So there you go. I had something I was thinking about, Bruce, just in a conversation we had not that long ago. You were talking about power supply bounce, power supply regulation, and going cap input filter. Well, I might have a plate transformer that would do you well. It's fairly compact, but I think it would give you, well, let's see, maybe 2400, 2500 volts, somewhere around there. That has got a 240 volt primary. I think it's 17 or 1800 volts at copious current. Probably weighs about 70 or 80 pounds. Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I think I know where you're coming from with this thing, Tim. Bridge rectifier, capacitor input filter, obviously no filter choke. Figure probably under load. Well, it's not going to be 1.4 times the RMS value of the primary. It's going to be a little bit lower under load. I don't know how much the voltage is going to sag. The other alternative is to use the plate transformer I have in there currently. And as you know, of course, I've got a variac on the 240 volt primary circuit. So I could remove the swinging choke that I have in the plate supply currently. And remember, I've got this big Basler, 6500 volt at 1.5 ampere plate transformer. That plate transformer I told you was at that transmitter site out in Pennsylvania, where the engineer says, "Do you want that thing too?" And it was a brand new, never used, spare plate transformer for the BC1J that they had out there. And I said, "Yeah, I'll be happy to take it off your hands." And that's what's sitting in the rack right now. But yeah, I mean, I think what's going to be the missing link here, Tim, is going to be the filter capacitor, because I think I told you, I calculated the value that I need in order to maintain, and I forgot what I plugged in for ripple content, but it came out to be something like 170 microfarads. That's a lot of capacitance and a lot of energy storage. I don't necessarily think I need that much capacitance. I should have asked Chuck when I worked him last night how much capacitance he has in the plate supply of his 2x4x4 by 3-500Z kilowatt class rig, because he has no hum modulation on the carrier on that thing whatsoever. That would have been a good question, but I completely forgot. But it's an interesting transformer. Probably weighs about as much as that Basler that I have in the transmitter right now.
Yeah, probably. Well, we'll talk about that some other time. There's a guy that was interested in it to go in his linear, and we've been back and forth, but he's been rather quiet. I don't know if he's still interested, but it's sitting out in the dry space right now. Now the thing is, you don't want to have a variac in the circuit to bring the voltage down, because the variac will be the sore spot of poor regulation. You want to just be able to go for broke and run the full 240 volts on the primary, and then have a very healthy single pole double throw switch to go down to 120 volts. for lower power operation. Well, it's just a different philosophy, you know. The only thing variacs are good for is for test setups when you want to play around with different voltages or trying to impress your buddies that come over and look at this big steering wheel on the bottom of the transmitter. Well, man, what's that? You know? Anyway, I don't know how long I'm going to stay in here. I've been feeling rather tired this evening. I think I'll be heading to bed here before 9. That's how I feel. I just feel tired. Been a long day. It's been a good day, but a long one. So, trying to keep track of everything here. So besides John, NAQPC, and Kevin, and Bruce, and who all else is in here? This WA1HLR.
Yeah, don't forget Bob, WB1 GCM. Hopefully Bob is still here with us. I think Kevin said he wanted to take a bit of a break. I think he's still listening. That being the case, it's always good to catch up with you there, Kevin. This is our second QSO in about a month. And always a good signal out of Brunswick, Ohio. So we'll say 73 to you, and we'll see if Bob is still around. And I heard a W4 station in there calling as well. This is W2XR.
And one WXR from WB1 GCM. Copy everybody tonight just fine. I won't hold it, but if anybody would like to work WB1 GCM, I am here and listening. Otherwise, I'll shoot it back over to you, Bruce.
Yeah, there was a W4 station that was calling in. Why don't you give us a call? Go ahead.
So we'll be seeing you very, 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 very soon, okay? And thank you for tuning in. W2XR from WB1 GCM.
Jeff Barry.
Double.
Wanted to say hello to Centon. He sounds better on the radio. So I'll get back on. You guys have a good night. Been listening for a good while. Learned a lot. Back to you there, Bruce. W2XR, W4CTJ.
Okay, very good, Don. Yeah, hang on just one second. Bob, did you say you were pulling the big switch?
It's time. I've done an awful lot of talking, and I've had a great time. But it's time to hit the hay here. So I'll see you later, okay, Bruce? We'll see you soon. We'll be on the lookout for you. W2XR 73 all from WB1 Golf Charlie Mike, Coventry, Connecticut.
You have a good night, Bob. Catch you later.
Bye.
And one XGW.
Okay, I think we have a clear frequency for right now. Hang on one second there, Don. Yeah, Bob, it was a real pleasure here indeed. And be sure to shoot me your email, and I'll send you that recording of Major Armstrong. And be sure to thank your friend for offering to send me the Marion's Attic broadcast that I had referenced from 2 weeks ago. I really, really appreciate that. And it was a pleasure chatting with you after really an extended period of time where we hadn't spoken with each other. Thoroughly enjoyed it, Bob.
Thank you very, very much. Well, I really don't know these people. They're kind of strange. We just passed along the message. So, but anyway, thank you very, very much. Good to hear you. Good quality signal all the way around. You made the AM rally a lot of fun tonight, Bruce, and appreciate that. So keep up the good work, and I'll look for you again very, very soon on 75 meters or one of the other bands. We used to talk quite a bit. I used to be in a barn in Glastonbury with my ARC-5. See you later. W2XR tonight. Thanks all on frequency. WB1 GCM.
Yeah, real good, Bob, and thanks for everything you do for the rally as well. It's just important that we all show a lot of activity here on AM. Doesn't matter if you submit a log or participate in the event, just so long as everybody is aware that this particular mode of operation is not only alive and well, but that it's actually expanding. I think that's the most important thing. But anyway, we'll let you run 73. And let me pick up Don, W4CDJ, who I think had a question for me about the Port Jefferson Ferry. Don, go ahead.
Thanks, Bruce. Yes, I did. This is Dan, Delta Alpha November. Spoke with you earlier. You said you knew a guy that worked for Stone Webster Engineering Corporation, who I also worked for when I was on the Shoreham project, when I lived in North Place. But I was wondering if they still had that old rickety ferry there that ran between Port Jeff and Bridgeport. Now, I used to get on that thing and they go up to Boston for meetings and stuff every once in a while. And, you know, I preferred to drive, but I didn't like that old boat. Man, that thing was a relic. I don't know if it's still there or not. And I just want to say hello to Tim up there at W1HLR. And, you know, let me know what you know about that old ferry boat. And I'll get out of your hair and let you guys carry on with your rally. I'm not much of a rally guy or a contactor. I'm just a guy that talks AM radio. So back to you there, Bruce. W2XR, W4CDJ.
Yeah, very, very good signal, too. I'm sorry, I do have you down correctly in the log here, Dan. W4CDJ with the group from W2XR. Yeah, the ferry is still very, very much alive, and candidly, I don't remember ever taking the ferry back in the 1970s when that project was running full tilt. I started taking the ferry up to Connecticut beginning around 1995. I had gone to work for a company that I actually retired from that was based in Danbury, Connecticut. And I used to take the ferry out of Port Jefferson to Bridgeport very, very frequently, sometimes twice in 1 week. And in my experience, that ferry is far, far from being rickety. It's a very, very, I'm assuming perhaps the entire fleet has been substantially upgraded or replaced since the time maybe when you were taking the ferry, but I think they run a total of 4 ferries at this point, and they've got many trips that they make between Long Island and Connecticut each day. Each trip takes about an hour and a half, and again, it's not rickety at all. It's very safe. The ships are very modern. They're well maintained. They have a bar where they serve alcohol. They serve food and, you know, soft drinks and whatnot. They show television. They've got Wi-Fi connection there, so you can access your computer while you're on board the ferry. The only thing I don't like about the ferry is when it gets really crowded, which can be like on a Friday afternoon, when people are coming from Connecticut down to Long Island to maybe go out to the Hamptons or the beaches or whatever, they sandwich the cars in. And I remember coming back one time, and I had to park my car at a right angle to the very end of the ferry. And I said to the guy, forget it, I don't want to do this. How do you expect me to make this very, very sharp radius turn so I can get my car on here? And how about, you know, same thing when I have to get the car off? And I actually got into an argument with the guy, and he said, okay, no problem, go ahead, go park someplace else, and they direct you to where you have to park the car. But anyway, yeah, that's the situation with the called the Port Jefferson Ferry, and there's also another ferry here that runs between Orient Point, which is the furthest point on eastern Long Island on what's called the North Fork, and that runs to where in Connecticut? I should know this because I've taken that ferry with Joe, PJP, when we went up to Nearfest. Orient Point to Mystic. That goes to Mystic, Connecticut. That's right. So hopefully that answers your question there, Dan. Go ahead.
You wanted W2XR W4 CDJ. Well, this was like in the 80s, I guess, early 80s, when I was up there. And that old boat, I mean, that thing was still put together with rivets. But anyway, thanks for clarifying that. But we enjoyed Long Island when we lived there. It was a nice place and good people. Back to you, and you just take me out of the rotation there, Bruce. W2XR, W4 CDJ.
Yeah, I think I heard Charlie in there as well. Yeah, no problem at all, Dan. The T368 is definitely hauling the mail this evening, too. It's doing a good job with the R390A, and I don't know if you had caught my comment earlier, but by sheer coincidence, I went to a warehouse that one of my neighbors has a business in. And he says, I want you to take a look at this thing. And he shows me a T368 in really pretty good condition. I couldn't quite see who the manufacturer was of that particular T368. But he's looking to sell it if anybody's interested. Nice transmitter. I don't know how complete it is. I didn't see the inside of the two drawers. But yeah, I guess the T368 was the replacement for the BC610, and then I guess the TMC GPT750 was the replacement for the T368 within the various branches of the military and the U.S. government. Go ahead.
Well, one more transmission, and I am going to get out of here. This T368 was manufactured by Stromberg Carlson, Rochester, New York, serial number 16. And back then, Stromberg Carlson was a subsidiary of General Dynamics, who still builds nuclear submarines in Groton, Connecticut. Back to you there, Bruce, and yeah, that'll be my final. W2XR, W4 CDJ.
Well, not a problem. It was nice chatting with you, and yes, I know Stromberg Carlson. I actually went to school up in the Rochester, New York area, and I certainly know General Dynamics as well. They were a very good customer when I was in the defense electronics industry, and by sheer coincidence, I remember having a QSO on, I think it was 40 meters on single sideband with a fellow who was stationed up in Groton who was on board submarines. And I had a bunch of questions for him, but I could tell he was being somewhat evasive. I was deliberately not trying to be too probing, but it was a very, very interesting conversation, and I could tell he didn't want to release too much information about what he was involved with insofar as our submarine fleet. But be that as it may, nice making your acquaintance there, Dan, and again, I certainly hope to talk to you sometime in the near future. W4 CDJ signed with the group. This is W2XR.
You hear me, Bruce?
What's with these unmodulated carriers on frequency? Timmy, do you hear them as well?
No, if they are, they're VPW, very pissed-winking in the background.
Yeah, there was a 7 call in there. Bruce. I didn't catch that.
Well, it's not very piss weak down here. It's like about on the R390, it's about an 80 dB carrier level, but thank goodness he's right on frequency. But, well, thank you very much, Charlie. Let me get you down here in the log. N1XZW at 8:47, 13 minutes before the hour, top of the hour, as Timmy would say. Yeah, the W7 station, try giving me a call again. Maybe we can make this work. This is W2XR.
It's not a W. It's Kilo Alpha 7 Radio Charlie November.
Okay, the same station that tried calling us earlier, KA7RCN, Mike with the DX100. Did you get your issue taken care of with that rig?
Not totally. I think I got some problem there. It just isn't. I just didn't feel like addressing it here tonight on the air. It's already quite confusing. Anyways, I thought I would come back and try to clarify. My call is Kilo Alpha 7 Radio Charlie November from southeastern Ohio. And my name is Mike India Kilo Echo. And I was using a DX100, but now I'm back over to one of my other stations. The location here is a Flex 1500. And so anyway, I just thought I would try to clarify that with you there, Bruce. And so back to you. Sorry for the confusion there. W2XR, KA7RCN.
Okay, you're putting in a very good signal at this point, Mike. I have no trouble copying you at all. There's just a lot of QR November on frequency. There must be distant thunderstorm activity somewhere. Perhaps unusual for this time of year. But Timmy, can you copy KA7RCN, Mike in southeastern Ohio?
Yeah, no problem. Good signal out here, Mike. My name is Tim, and I'm in Skowhegan. 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 Maine. Over.
Well, I guess we're not going to make contact here tonight. So anyway, I'm going to side here. Too much noise. KA7RCN clear.
I guess he's not hearing me.
Well, I think he's having the same problem that I'm having. There's a lot of QR November on this band tonight, Tim. Very, very unusual for this band this time of year. I don't know why there's so much interference, but be that as it may, I think I'm probably going to sign out of here very soon. Timmy, you sound like you're halfway asleep at this point, which I can understand. You had a full weekend, and I think I'm kind of radioed out now. Although it was a lot of fun. I mean, I don't operate the AM rally from morning until night. I signed on yesterday like 3:30 in the afternoon. I took a dinner break late at night. Came back. I worked Chuck K1KW, which was really a nice conversation. And then I fired up again today at about, what time did we fire up? Let's take a look here. Just out of curiosity, 4:27. And, it's fun. I just enjoy, talking with everybody and all the different subjects of conversation and running the big rig and being surrounded by the aura of high-power AM transmitting equipment. Timmy, I know you can relate to exactly what I'm saying. WA1HLR from W2XR.
Oh, yeah, you certainly can relate to that. Certainly can. Well, I'm going to sign out with this one and head to bed. Yeah, the radio seas are rather choppy and rough with static. Oh, I don't know where it's coming from. A storm from somewhere is propaganda bringing in, which is a little unusual for winter. There's been a number of incidents. I got a bunch of crap stoves. I met up with Steve. You probably talked with Steve, WA1STH. His mother-in-law lives up here in Maine and is staying at a campground nearby. I don't know what she's in. So he's up here with his wife, so we got together at the noon hour, and he brought me some odds and ends. I had been trying to get it to him. The last Hamfester is the external speaker for the Yaesu FT101E, which, in my opinion, is a real piece of crap. It's better than the built-in one inside the white box. So he gave me a bunch of stuff. He had an old box of FT243 crapstles. They're like nearly 8 megahertz, like 78 something or other, and I started digging through, and I found quite a number of them on the 40 meter band, as well as a couple of 6050 crapstles, which third harmonic on 17 meters. And I had at least two 7250 crapstles, which gives you 2900 on 10 meters. I may try fitting those to another transmitter or transceiver. So I have them sitting here on the table and just staring at them. But yeah, I am kind of tired and run down, and the time spent up in Minnesota was really labor intensive. You know, it's just like for me, go, gotta get this job done so I can get home. I'm just feeling worn and whittled down. So, yeah, it's been an interesting afternoon. Like I was saying, I spent a fair amount of time up on 15. I love the high bands. You know, it's just one-on-one conversations. Nobody jumping in, pissing and moaning. You're making an old buzzer. Blah, 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 you know. So, I'm going to get out of here. I'll see you later, Bruce, and anybody else. This is WA1H and YLR. Getting on out.
Okay there, Tim. Real good. WA1HLR from W2XR. I think we're going to sign out of here as well. There's something that my wife and I like to watch on HBO at 9 p.m. called True Detective. I may also take the liberty of giving you a landline maybe later this week to continue our conversation of earlier last week. And it's too bad that I don't live any closer to Monticello, because trust me, if I had the capability of getting up there and helping to work on some of that high power transmitting equipment, I'd love the experience. Last time I worked on anything that was really high power commercial transmitting equipment was back when I was 17, 18 years old, when I had that summer job at WGSM maintaining the BC1F and the BC1P 3-tower directional array. But that's another conversation for another time. Timmy, have yourself a good evening. Say hello to Marcy, and I'll talk to you soon. It's always a pleasure. WA1HLR. This is W2XR, Long Island, New York. Off and clear, and I think this will conclude our broadcasting day for the AM 2024 radio rally.
All right, Bruce, we'll catch you around, and yeah, to be continued offline on the telephone. Well, not planning on going anywhere for a while. We'll see you later.
Hey, Tim, I just wanted to say hello to you before you got out of there. Sounds like you got off phased already. You're now looking over towards Detroit. Take care, man. You've been busy in there, so I didn't want to jump in there. I just wanted to say hello before you head on down the road. WA1HLR and QPC.
Okay, John, yeah, I thought I said good evening to you. You got a real good signal in here. So you say you're hearing me okay on the array?
Yeah. Just fine. Usual signal strength, you know what I mean? coming in here, S9 is bobbing up to 30 over. You know, weaving around a little bit. For the most part, you're staying up in the, as they say, in the cherry patch.
Hey, how bad is the static out your way?
How's what?
How bad is the statique? The statique, that's French for static, where QRN is in November.
It's a little worse than last night, but it's. I hear you guys up there talking about a bunch of static, but I'm not seeing it on this end of town, you know what I mean? That's not too bad.
Yeah, maybe coming in from elsewhere, and then there's KA7RCN who said he lost me in the noise, so I was beginning to wonder.
Yeah, the noise ain't too bad around here. I mean, last night was you could hear a pin drop, but tonight you got noise more. If I had to say, it was like maybe about 2 or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yep, for sure. All right, John, I'm gonna head on out and head into bed. My wife is, Sunday is TV night for her, so I'll just, TV viewing areas in the bedroom because this place is so small. So I can lay down in bed and either watch TV or flip 180-degree phase polarity so that my head is towards the TV and my feet are towards the headboard. And, whichever way is most comfortable. That's the name of that tune. Not running a whole lot of power, about 125 watts out. I gotta get to work on my Tungsten 600 probably sooner than later because I miss not having the ability to run much more power than this. I'll see you later, NA2PC from WA1HLR.
I hear you on that. Life's too short for QRP. WA1HLR. Yeah, I got that transmitter sitting here. I want to show it on the air. I got that Globe Kit 500. Base numbers on the dummy mode. Keying about 325 and then swinging the peak.
It's been an active physical day, so I'm going to take a pause here and grab some food.
Thank you, Tim. Always a pleasure. WA1HLR.
Once I figure out what
All right, John, I'll see you later. And briefly, there's somebody else in there strapping or trying to.
Well, it's not me. Good night, Ken. Good night.
I was just imagining things.
EW. That's right. Tim's on the array. He can't hear me. N1XZW Cliff.
I heard a W4 call. Kilo Oscar 4, Lima, November, Lima, KO4, LNL. Currently operating in Massachusetts. Well, the frequency's gone flat. I guess it's my turn to jump in here. This is 704 SVA. Whiskey 4 Sugar Victor Alpha. November 8 Queen Papa Charlie. few stations in there. N8QPC, got you. Coming okay over top of the static. Yeah, I heard you guys talking about it. It sounds pretty nasty here. I'm in Virginia. I just looked at the lightning map, and it's off of the coast of Florida and Georgia. So it's propagating northward pretty well at this moment. N8QPC, W4SVA. Excuse me. You can keep all that static down there. I don't need it, thank you. I got plenty of made noise. I live one street away from a Walmart, and I hear all sorts of strange stuff come out of there from time to time. And for SVA. You say you got strange stuff coming out of Walmart? What is it, like the parking lot lighting, or what is it? It ain't the parking lot lighting. You know, we got all LED lights around here, and luckily we got decent ones that are not bothering me. Now, I got friends that live in Detroit, three lights in Detroit that just make tons of noise. No, apparently it's cash registers or their data system or something, and it makes all sorts of different noises when it decides it wants to. A whole plethora of noises, and I've checked it out with a little portable receiver, and it is coming from Walmart. Never would have thought about that. Never would have thought about that. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty lucky down here. There's nothing too close by that makes noise. A little bit off the power lines every once in a while, but they're well away from the antenna. Unless they get real nasty, I kind of don't hear them. Name is Chris, located in Moscow, Virginia. On a pair of 813s tonight. Figured I'd fire up and do a few more transmissions for the rally before I shut things down and went to bed. N8QPC and possibly anyone else in frequency. W4SVA. QPC, you were coming up now. Mother Nature took a turn and she decided to give me a little more, apparently. It's always welcome. Yeah, it's not too bad. I used to have a guy with a grower on the next street from me, and he was just ripping me a new ass. And I was going to have to take this matter to the FCC if he didn't do something about his grow lights. And he didn't, so I took it to the FCC and I documented it really well. They wanted me to make tapes of it turning off and on with it. And I did that and got the address and everything, and they actually took care of it. And I may have lied a little bit. I says, not only is it interfering with my radio on 75 meters, but I can't hear my AM broadcast radio. And when you tell them that you can't hear an AM broadcast radio, it suddenly becomes a big problem. Yeah, and those commercial dollars get interrupted with. That's when they start paying attention. There's a part in the power lines, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 miles from here that is particularly nasty, and it's been like that for years. I don't hear it on HF here at home, but a long way I can pick it up. And driving by there in the car, it will wipe out the local 5 kilowatt AM broadcast station. So I'm surprised nobody's complaining about it yet, but then at the same time, who listens to AM radio anymore? So we probably had no complaints about it. But I wonder what they did with that guy. Did they just tell him to shut his lights off? Or I wonder if they did a little bit more. W4SVA. I don't know what they did to him. Back then it was illegal to grow weed in Michigan. It's totally legal now, but he went away. That's all I cared about. That wasn't the main thing. He just had to go away. Well, anyhow, I don't want to stay too long. I'm going to let somebody else have a turn in it, see if somebody else wants to make contact with you. I've got quite a few contacts. I don't know how to turn them in, or I've been keeping track. I guess I need to go to the AM Rally website, see if there's an electronic log or something to turn them in, or if they want a paper one or whatnot. But I don't know, you don't get no QSO card or anything, no special event, so maybe you'll get your name enshrined on the internet. Oh boy. That'll be great. W4SVA. Oh yeah, I did catch your name. It's Chris. I didn't say mine. It was Jonathan. And I'm up here outside of Detroit in Roseville, Michigan.
Okay, yeah, QPC W4SVA. Yeah, I've used a spreadsheet for a log. That's what I've done every year, and email it in. And it works. I guess it works. I've shown up in the results the past 2, 3, 4 years, however long I've been doing it. Your contact's number 21, so I heard a guy earlier tonight said he had 100 contacts. So, yeah, there's going to be no awards here at this station. That's fine. Not too worried about that. I just enjoy operating. Well, it's good that the grow light's not making any more noise. There's nothing worse than a noisy noise floor. So what rig are you on tonight? I think I was listening for a while. I think you said, was it Rock King? Or some piece of WRL gear, I think it was.
No, I'm not on the Globe tonight. The Globe was acquisition last year as a basket case. It came from 11 meters, so it had to be a lot of ham bones chased out of it, and it wasn't even put together right from the factory. The VFO wasn't put together right. One of the buffer tubes in the VFO was supposed to have the suppressor screen good grounded, and they had it tied to the cathode resistor, so it was being held above ground, and it was making it act real squirrely. Anyhow, tonight I am on the Johnson 500. Actually, it needed a little tweak. I wasn't sitting right on 300 mils. My line voltage must have dropped a little bit, and it went down a little bit below. It was like at 290. I gotta squeeze every last bit out of it I can.
W4CDJ.
Well, W4CDJ, I hear you fine. You hear him, Chris?
Yeah, he's got a good signal here. I was typing in on the computer. RF messes with, I have a laptop I just bring out to the shack. I don't have any permanent computers here. So brought the laptop out to log with, the RF messes with it, so I can only type when I'm not transmitting. Yeah, W4CDJ, you got a great signal here in Virginia. My name is Chris. The call is W4SVA.
Thank you, Chris. W4SVA. tribute to your rally effort there. Name here is Dan, Philadelphia, Fort Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Transmitter is 268. And looks like frequency showing a little low. I'm going to move it close enough. Receiver's number 398. And then right across the Ohio state line, pretty much. Right across there. We'll get that to you. So, thank you, guys. Thank you, Chris, W4SVA, and thanks to get all your QSO. Thanks for picking me up. We appreciate it. W4SVA, with K3 Victor Radio. Okay, I'm hearing a K3 VR in there too. W4CDJ and group now, W4SVA. Very good, Dan. Yeah, I got you in the log. Your contact number 22. I'm not making a huge effort. It says 22 contacts since Friday night. But I'm kind of keeping a casual log. I spent, let's see here. Maybe 2 or 3 hours last night on 3705 and made 4 contacts. Most of it was rag chew, so yeah, I'm not trying to work through a bunch of stations real quick here. I'm just enjoying my time on the air. And the T368's doing a good job here. It's quieting the static very well. It's kind of nasty out there tonight. Noise floor is pretty high, but you're coming right over top of it. All right, I'll throw it up to Jonathan in QPC. I don't know if you guys have heard yet. And then the K3 station. I guess you can turn it to him. NHQPC, W4SVA. W4SVA and NHQPC. I believe I worked on Moose last night. And tonight, too. Bruce, Dan, excuse me, Dan. I think I worked you a little earlier than that. Anyhow, I'm gonna run out of here for a few. I'll be back around, but I'm gonna turn it over to you guys and say 7:30 to you for now. I'll be back. I gotta run upstairs. My wife shot me a text. She requires my presence for something. Anyhow, good signals. Good QSO and AQPC in the group. Okay, Jonathan, it was nice to meet you. And a great signal here still. So hopefully we'll run across each other again soon. In the K3 station, I think it was K3 VR, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead and pick it up. I'm W4SVA. Name is Chris. I'm located in Moscow, Virginia. Okay, Chris, very good. Name is Brian. Radio. You have the call back. And for the rally, I am category solid state commercial mode.
W4SVA. Here it is just fine. The 7300 with the amplifier is doing an excellent job here in Virginia. And yeah, the rig here is a homebrew pair of 813s modulated by another pair of 813s and receiving you with an R390A. I was contemplating on not coming out to the shack tonight. I was pretty tired from last night. I stayed up until, oh God, it was almost 1 o'clock, I think, before I went in the house. But I couldn't resist coming out here and making a few more contacts before the end. I'm glad you jumped in as well, just so I can get a few more people in my log so it doesn't seem too critical. But yes, okay, I'm kind of curious, what other AM equipment do you have there? K3VR, W4SVA.
But I have an all Motorola modulation, 1956 Philadelphia model. And I'll just run down some of the stuff like that. 500. I think it would probably be the one that to the DMO government. And let's see, Ranger 1 and 2, Viking 140X, HQ 150,
K3VR, W4SVA. Yeah, very nice. Quite the list there. You sound like me. There's a lot of stuff sitting around here. It becomes addicting. This 390A here is an EAC, a run-of-the-mill EAC. Nothing special about it. But nobody's ever messed with it. It has all the matching modules in there, so that's kind of cool to have a receiver that hasn't been pieced together. It was an early morning handfest find right as the sun was coming up. And the guy had two of them there for sale, fairly similar. I got the one that had the covers still on it, and the guy right behind me got the second one, so I guess it's a good thing I got there a second sooner, or he might have taken both of them. But that, the R390A and the SP600 are the ones that are in the little rack here on the bench that I use most of the time. And I have a variety of military receivers, 75A4, SX42, HRO60, a bunch of other stuff. It gets out of hand real quick, but it sounds like from the list you gave me that you're experienced with that too. Well, I don't want to leave Dan out of the rotations if he's still in there. So Dan, go ahead and pick it up and say hello to Brian there in Pittsburgh. W4CDJ, W4SVA.
West of Cincinnati, Ohio, on a T368, and looks like the plate current is about 250 milliamps on the blade. Bear with me. If you have a frequency counter, you might as well use it, right? Right there. Hey, you're talking about receivers. You have a lot of things in common with me. I have 3 SP600s that I've worked on, kind of refitted the faceplate on. 2 Raycam lines, 17Ls, 2 EAC or 398, and 2 Collins 75A1s, and a Drake R4B. So it's kind of now the end of my receiver line. I've been trying to thin the herd here a little bit in that respect. And in the store-bought package, we have two Valiants. We're down to 1 Ranger. We were up to 4 of those a while back. 1 Ranger and a Viking 500. But the T368 here seems to be pretty much fine. 75 meters for it. It does a good job. I've had some problems with it. The only transmitter I've ever owned that it scares you when you got to pull the modulator jack out about all the way before it falls out, and then lay on your back and work underneath of it on the floor. Because it's too heavy for me to drag the whole thing out and sit on the floor and then turn it up on its side. So that's how it's been working for me lately, but I'm okay with it. Well, Chris, I'm going to say thanks for picking me up. And Brian, if you do sign, I'll say send me to Chris, and I'm going to jump out of here. I've really enjoyed listening to the rally. You know, I haven't tried to keep along or cause any contacts or compete, but I've tried to break in once in a while and say hello. That's kind of the way I work. And you guys have a good evening. Anybody else? 73. N8QPC, W4CDJ. It'll be clear on your file, sir.
Good evening, everybody.
All right, Dan. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. And I've never had a T368, but yeah, working on that modulator does sound a little scary there. It kind of reminded me of pulling the pedestal out on a desk kilowatt. Got to be real careful with them. If they get cockeyed in there, the roller track will actually fall down in the case, and it's a huge pain to get that thing out of there. But at least you don't have to lay under one of them to work on them. You can stand up over top of them and do what you got to do. All right, I think there was another station trying to break in. This is W4SVA.
Yeah, W4SVA. This is W2BTK. Bill here in New Jersey, listening for a few minutes. I've been trying to get this station fired up for 3 hours now, and wow, I'm on the air. So I missed a lot of the action, but I wasn't going to let a year go by and not be on the air for the AM rally. So if you guys are cool with it, I'd like to make a couple of contacts here just to be a part of it. But man, good evening, everybody.
This is WA1Q.
Yeah, good evening. Glad you got that thing on the air. It sounds like you're having kind of trouble I was having earlier in the week with this transmitter. Yeah, you're making the trip now. Dan just signed out. I don't know if he's still in there or not. Brian might still be in here, K3VR.
I can't pull
my
your
call's
name
W4SVA. Name is Chris.
Not in my regular
I'm located in Moscow, Virginia. So I'll throw it over to you.
W1OC.
And you can see who else is on frequency. Maybe they'll want to make contact.
To my camera. This is WA1QIF.
All right, real cool. Yeah, I was on the vintage gear earlier this week. Some kind of an issue there with my linear amplifier. That's a Johnson Viking 2 and a YC156 final in that setup, but the setup I'm using today is a homebrew SDR exciter driving
so you're running from
RF130A.
Yeah, AF1T, a Dale.
Transmitter.
WA1QIX here. Yeah, very good. Well, I'm hearing you very well.
It's a homebrew SDR and
I assume are you operating from Henniker?
I'm located here in New Jersey, and the call sign is W2BTK. So anyone who's hearing me, I'd like to get a couple contacts for the AM rally.
All right.
W3EMD.
Okay, W2BTK, K3VR. Kilo 3 Victor Radio. I am running 200 watts of carrier, and the rig is commercial. Battery line fed about 80 feet. The rig is ICOM 7300. Check auto CalStar.
New Hampshire, still operating.
You sounding good? Was 200. That's what Alex let me know. Radio, Brian in Pittsburgh.
No, that's perfect. Gotcha. Commercial setup, 200 watts, double it at 80 feet. ICOM 7300. I love it. And you're sounding pretty good over here. I got a little bit of crashes here, but you're coming over the top. So very good. Thank you for the contact. W2BTK. Is anyone else out there wants to throw a contact out there?
W3EMD. W2BTK. This is Whiskey 3 Echo Mike Delta. W3EMD. Hi, good afternoon. Good evening.
Yeah.
My name is Buzz. I didn't get quite get your name. Buzz is my name. Buzz like a buzzsaw. I'm 100 miles north of New York City, in the Hudson River Valley, near the town of Rhinebeck, New York. You have a very good signal in here. You might describe that Harris transmitter. What is it? Is it solid state or tube? And about how much power does it run?
I really should.
Let's see here. The equipment is the transmitter is a Collins KW1. serial number 54 if you want the real details. Receiver is a Collins 75A4 at the moment.
People on here. So
The antenna is a 600-foot square horizontal loop.
Control from
North-southeast faces fit in the southeast corner with a window line. So do you need anything more? And again, what's the name and where in Jersey are you? And what's the Harris? This is W3EMD. Go ahead.
Yeah, wow, 600 foot. That's a big old antenna. That's nice. Anyway, no, that's perfect. That's everything I need. And serial number 54. Definitely noted. Very cool. But yeah, my name is Bill. BTK is like my old CB handle, Billy the Kid. So that's where that came from. And I'm located in Jersey, right on the PA-New Jersey border, like the northern half of the state, near a city called Phillipsburg. And yeah, the Harris is all tubes. Oh man, there's a lot of tubes in there. So the setup is really cool. It's a low-level exciter that is completely digital. The input is a Cat6, so there's no analog signals at all. So I use a program called New Radio to control that exciter with block-based CFP environment. So I tell it to spit out some AM, or I could tell it to spit out slop bucket or FM or anything you can really think of. So I just have it generating a simple AM signal and I'm modulating it, using all digital audio inputs and things. So it's creating the modulation digitally, and it's basically textbook. I haven't really found anything cleaner than this. So that drives a small interstage PA. The power output out of the Pataya or the SDR is about, 5 milliwatts or something. I use a pair of 100-watt finals to kick that up to about 50 milliwatts, as the max drive on the Harris is 100 milliwatts for full output. So that kicks up to about 50. The Harris consists of a pair of very high-gain pentodes, so it'll hit those. Those drive a pair of 8122s, and the 8122s drive a pair of 4CX 1500s. I'm doing about 190 watts carrier, so yeah, there's just a ton of finals in there. There's a stupid amount of headroom, about as linear as you can get. And it's a pretty cool setup. The only downside is I have about a second of audio delay. So I have to hold the key after I'm done speaking or you won't hear the end of my transmission. W2BTK.
Yeah, that's very interesting. My goodness, you got 3,000 watts of plate dissipation there. You can surely run a hell of a lot more carrier if you wanted to. And is it pulse width modulation that's done? Over.
It's achieved digitally in the firmware of the. I'm using a device called a Red Pataya as an SDR transmitter. So it's just zeros and ones.
Yeah, but my question is, how do you do the modulation? Is it pulse width modulation? How do you modulate it over?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's quadrature modulated.
I see. My goodness. I haven't heard a station like that for a long, long time. And you said it's a vacuum tube. Do you have any idea when it was built? Over?
Oh, I'm sure on the nameplate it might have it, but they were real popular in the Navy, I think. They used these Harris 130A transmitting set, which is what they said. Is that what it is? The 130 might be the deck part. I can run in the other room and look at the nameplate, but it was part of a general coverage transmitter that the military loved, and the exciter was just a POS, just communications like, thank you. So I don't even have that thing, and I just hacked all this quadrature crap in there to run it. Let me go take a look.
Yeah, okay, I'll say hello to Chris. Are you in the AM rally there, Chris? And heard you on, of course, on the old military radio net. Over?
Yeah, W3V and W4SVA. Yeah, I'm participating in the rally. I'm keeping it low, but I'm not putting, making a bunch of... But yeah, I might try to check into the net this coming weekend if I don't stay up too late Friday night. I think it's been over a year since I checked in there. Yep, I'm in kind of here. Big signal like always. So is Billy. Tell me that the band actually shortened up a little bit. You guys are starting to get covered up with lightning static. There's some big nasty crashes, but now you guys have come way up. It's a good deal. Yeah, interesting transmitter there, Billy. Sounds really cool. I'm sure you've talked to Robert, W0VMC. He has a rig that's quadrature modulated too. Very cool. W3EMD, W4SVA.
No, I didn't know that's how Robert does the modulation. That's very interesting. So this must be the second quadrature modulation station that I've talked to. Well, this is old plain vanilla. You know, it's 4/400s modulated by classic 810s in Class B. Not the highest fidelity, but it'll do. Very good. So let's see if W2BTK is back. Are you back yet? W3EMD, over.
Yeah, I'm back. I didn't see any dates or anything on there, but you know, it's heavy. It's from Rochester, and the serial number is 851, and it is in fact a RF130A transmitting set from Harris. So the best you could probably do is Google it. But man, this is like the coolest amp that I've ever had. It's just neat, and it's I don't know how to describe it other than like it's like 100 pounds of stuff in a 50-pound bag that has slide-out drawers. And it's just cool. You should Google it. W2BTK.
Yeah, how did you acquire it, over?
Well, I actually got hooked up with somebody who used to work at Harris, and this thing was sitting around in storage, and I literally rented a minivan, drove up to Rochester, New York, and picked it up from the guy. I think it was like someone else interested in buying it, but they were kicking their feet, or, you know, dragging their feet, and you know, I just went up there and got it. I was tipped off by, I think Dave, W2BW, hooked me up with that gentleman.
Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, Harris is still in the HF radio business. I know Harris and Collins are still building HF radios for the military. They divested a whole bunch of stuff. You know, Harris is owned now by a company called L3. And they divested a whole bunch of stuff, got out of the broadcast business, they got out of quite a few other businesses. But I think they're still in the HF radio business. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, I just heard you come on and say you wanted a contact, so I did it for you, and I guess the same for Chris. And I'm going to close down now. Over to you, Chris. And again, the signal from your town, Moscow. Is that in the Shenandoah Valley? Are you in the Shenandoah Valley? W3SVA, W3EMD.
November, Foxtrot 3, X-ray.
Okay, I heard an NF3X. I'll throw it over to you when I'm done. Yes, it is in the Shenandoah Valley. Almost exactly between Harrisonburg and Stanton. Moscow is, the mailing address is actually Mount Solon, but Moscow is the closest location to hear. And it's nothing more than a crossroads and a road sign. So yeah, Shenandoah Valley, I can see the Blue Ridge and the Appalachian Mountains here. Just depends on which way I look. NF3X, go ahead and pick it up. You can work the stations on frequency. I don't know how many are going to stay in here. I think Buzz is getting ready to check out. My name is Chris, located in Moscow, Virginia. And we also have Bill, W2BTK, and possibly some others. I'm not sure if they signed that or not. NF3X, W4SVA.
I've been listening for hours, and this is my first venture into AM, and I'm having tremendous difficulty because I don't have enough team to manage setup here. So basically, I'm running a AM EST into a gauge of FL2100B with 100 volts charging out into a console, and that's all to go here. So I imagine there's probably some hum on my signal. I have not been able to get rid of it, but I appreciate whatever comments you've done. So for FTA,
Yeah, NF3X, W4SVA. I'm hearing you. Your carrier is pretty strong here. Your audio is a little low and there's a lot of hum on the carrier, but I am picking you out. DX60. I didn't get the amplifier you were using, but I got you in the log. Actually, I need your name and location to make it official, I guess. Those are the only two blanks that are left here. So very good. Glad you were able to finally make it in. NF3X, W4SVA.
Yes, the name here is Paul Papa Alpha Uniform Lima. And I'm located near Hampstead, Maryland. And hopefully have enough information to add another contact to the rally. I'm actually not participating in the rally. I certainly would like to get the people together and eliminate the hum. But that's, I've done a lot of things. The only thing I haven't done is put the button above the station, so I'm not sure I want to do that. So, anyone else who wants to hear me, you're welcome to call me here. My
Yeah, Bill, go ahead and pick it up. I don't know if you're hearing Paul in there. And Buzz, whoever else is on frequency, go ahead and take it. I'm going to sit back and listen a little bit. W4SVA.
Uh-oh.
to see you again in P3VR.
All right, 730. Thanks for the...
And you're coming in well here, NF3X W2BTK. You're coming in fine here. You know about the buzz and the other stuff, but your signal's good, man. So you get some of that stuff ironed out. It's gonna work nice. But yeah, just wanted to let you know you're coming in very well here in northern New Jersey. W2BTK.
Okay, Bill. Well, thanks a lot. That's here. The other problem is I don't have enough hands to do this job. I've got the receiver, which is great, too big. It's not what it's little, just sitting on the toilet switch, and the transmitter is on the antenna. So it's been an interesting. Thanks again for that contact. I'll add you to my paper log. And I guess you heard the details if you need a contact for the rally. And I'll work on this thing and put it back on the air. So 7-3 from NSDS. Thank you.
Well, whatever you do, make sure you have fun. Nice catching you out here, man. W2BTK.
Hey, Paul, is that DX60 still controlled carrier, or have you modified it?
Yeah, check it out. No big deal. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. We're the coast of Georgia. Another one down in the coast of Mexico. So I'm hearing every lightning crash there. So, 73, nice to meet you guys. And hope to work with you again from P3VR signing.
Right, good night. Thanks for the contact. Catch you next time.
Yeah, 73, Brian. Have a good night. W4SVA.
November 3, Echo Uniform X-ray. Did I get that correct? W2BTK. Okay, over here, have some atmospheric noise going on, some crashes that are jumping up there, right in there with you. But decent signal over here. I didn't catch all of that, but I did get your call. Made some adjustments to my receiver over here and caught that. Your name is John. Well, good evening, John. And nice to hear you out here. I guess it's the tail end of the AM rally here. Yeah, I'm having some trouble. I think I heard SVA out there. Are you able to copy him?
I can kind of hear him, but it's very difficult.
Hey, John, come up with that. I see 7,385. You're on 82, and there's a side down there, right below you, or even the lower side of your frequency. So 3885. Roger, 3885. Name's John. Michael Uniform. I see 7,000. Hands on the. You guys are all terrific. name is Brian in Pittsburgh. To give you a contact, those guys were having a problem hearing you there. But through radio, passing it back to the other guys. I've already signed, so I just came back in to take a check around 85. 73 cents. Take care. Where's the day?
Oh, it's getting rough out here.
Yeah, the band just opened out too. I
Well, my ears are done. I can't really hear much. I got some bad noise now, but this was fun. I'm gonna sign up. Well, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna be on the side, as they say. But good times, guys. W2 BTK here in New Jersey. Listening to a lot of noise in my receive.
BTK, yeah, it's very, very noisy. Static crashes off the coast of Georgia and Gulf of Mexico, and the band is getting long. There's a 9 station talking with a 0 station, and I'm getting everybody marginally. So I'm going to straighten out. I think those terms are getting better. .org and storms. Not a surprise, I guess. It was 60 degrees here. It's going to be warmer than that down in Georgia. So lightning season is upon us again. 73 guys in Georgia. Take care.
Yeah, you're right about that. But hey, I mean, I guess that opens up for a different kind of fun. But anyway, you got the story right. Anyway, see you later. Happy AM Rally, KPVR, W2BTK.
Happy AM Rally, everybody. KPVR sign.
Yeah, I could have heard John just fine, but this stupid static is just killer right now. It wasn't supposed to happen until April. What's up with that?
Who invited the static? John Wills was not bad here. Q3 audio, the 10,000 was sounding good. Once he came up to 85, I had no problem with it.
I could hear whoever that was, but the static was right over top of you.
K3VR. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Everybody have a good night. I'm signing off.
November 3, Fox Mike Charlie. Jeff in Reading is listening.
Well, is anybody left on frequency, or has the static run everybody off? W4SVA.
November 3, Foxtrot, Mike Charlie.
November 3 something. I didn't catch the rest of your call. The static's pretty brutal. But I'll try to pull you out. This is W4SVA. Name is Chris in Moscow, Virginia.
Hey, roger there, Chris. Let's see where I'm at. Okay. Yep, this is November 3, Ford Motor Company. Name is Jeff, Juliet Echo, Foxtrot. Jeff, located in Reading, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philly. You're sounding great over here. When you talk there, Chris, all the noise goes away at W4SVA at 3FMC.
All right, N3FMC W4SVA. I got most of that. Got your call sign that time, your name. Did not get your location or anything else there, but it seems like the static always comes at the wrong moment. It kind of subsides until there's some important piece of information, and it always starts back up. Smart static. N3FMC W4SVA.
Roger. You're 5959 into Reading, Pennsylvania, near Philadelphia. QS up?
Okay, yeah, I got it that time. Reading, Pennsylvania. Yeah, you're up and down. The band is kind of doing some funny things right now, plus that static down south isn't helping it at all. But I got you in the log. I'm running a pair of 813s modulated by a pair and receiving you with an R390A. Nice clear skies here tonight. It's kind of unfortunate about the conditions. But we've made contact. That's all that matters. N3FMC, W4SVA.
Roger there, Chris. Yep, I got you in my log here. So you're in my log too. I won't make you pull me out of the static there. So I guess I'll take number 3 for now, and we'll just kind of listen out a little bit and see if conditions improve.
All right, yeah, thanks for the contact. And I don't know how much longer I'm going to be standing here. The static is just, where am I at? I'll hang out if anybody else wants to make a few more contacts real quick. W4SVA. K4VA. Did I hear that correctly? Roger, Roger. Tennessee. I just did some in Nashville, Virginia. And I had it down on frequency to make sure I had everything running right. Wanted to see if you were still in there and try to make contact. Yep, still hanging out here. I got most of that, but I got that you're in Tennessee. I got your call sign, but I think you said your name, but a static crash took you out right when you said that. So if you could repeat that on your next go-around, that would be very much appreciated. My name is Chris, located in Moscow, Virginia, on a pair of 813s, modulated by a pair of 813s, and receiving you with an R390A. K4VA, W4SVA. Yeah, your signal came way up about halfway through that transmission. K4VA, W4SVA. I missed your name again. That was right when the static peaked, and then right after that, your signal came up and the static subsided, so I'm sure I'll be able to hear your name next transmission. K4VA, W4SVA. W4SVA. Yeah, just like the past 2 or 3 years, it's actually been very mild. So hopefully the traffic will fly back. Very rarely do we have a tornado here. There have been a few local, but they weren't that crazy. size. We had a few inches of snow earlier this month, 4 or 5 inches, and it hung around for about a week before it melted. And we had close to 70 one day a couple of weeks ago. So I certainly can't complain about the weather. And once again, your signal is kind of that noise at the beginning, and then the longer you transmitted, the stronger it got. Interesting band conditions tonight. Hopefully you're hearing me okay. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay in here. It sounds like most people are starting to wind down, wear out, and go to bed. But yeah, the rally's been a lot of fun. 3885, 3885, 3880, 3875, etc. Here in the window was crazy last night. So I slipped on down to 3705 and worked 4 stations in the course of about 3 hours, but they were nice long rag chew QSOs. So, next time you're on AM, check out the frequencies down low in this on 80 meters. 3705, 3720, and 3695. A lot of spots you'll find AM, and a lot more elbow room. All right, I'm going to kick it over to you for one more, and I think I may go to bed myself and catch up on the sleep that I lost this weekend. K4VA, W4SVA.
K4K1OV.
This is K4KYV. I'm hearing both of you pretty well in here. In Tennessee as well. I'm in about 50 miles northwest of Nashville. Just a few miles west of Clarksville, Tennessee. So, Alan, you probably know where that is. And Chris, you're coming in pretty well too. Haven't been on a whole lot this weekend. It seems like every time I go over here and turn things on, listen, I was hearing a lot of static crash. I guess there's been some thunderstorm activity around southwest. Some kind of, and I was hearing a lot of that. The few times I tried to get on last night. I noticed there's a lot of thunderstorm activity that around the Florida area. Anyway, over to you, Chris. W4SVA, K4VA signing. This is K4KYV.
Yeah, K4KYV and K4VA, W4SVA. Yeah, Ron, I was planning on signing myself, but I'll stay in here for a few more. Yeah, the static has been unfortunately pretty bad this weekend. Friday pretty rough. Yesterday was not too bad, at least at this location. It may have been a little bit worse in other places. It's back in full force tonight, but you're coming through it just fine, fully quieting. Name here is Chris. I think you got that. Yeah, we've worked many times in the past. I'm up here in Moscow, Virginia, a little bit south of Harrisonburg, on a pair of 813s, modulated by a pair of 813s. So anyways, yeah, Don, I was just working a few stations on the rally. I've got a handful of contacts. It's been quite an enjoyable weekend here. I haven't been on the air as much as I usually am in the wintertime, but this weekend I've kind of been making up for it. K4VA, I think you're still in there. If not, Don, go ahead and pick it up. W4SVA.
Several years ago, when I was exploring AES, I was running it better stuff, and I wound up buying the if I could try to get as simply as I could, and I think maybe we worked on it one or two times. Are you out at the schoolhouse? Out there on that road.
Yeah, okay. I'm in K4VA with W4SVA, K4KYZ, right back. Yeah, I'm still in the same place, the old schoolhouse. I tell people I'm doing old school radio. The transmitter here is, I'm sure it's probably the same thing I was using when I talked to Rippley before. It's a pair of pull and the final modulated with a pair of 810s. And I'm using the Collins 75A4 with an analog a synchronous detector. It's made by Sherman Engineering, a little box that just pull the signal off the last IF stage and feed it into the synchronous detector, and then from there on out I get the audio off the synchronous detector. So I'm not using any of the detectors or the audio stages in the 75A4. The antenna's coupled with open wire tuned feeders. So anyway, back to you, Chris. Yeah, I just haven't been on the radio much this weekend. I knew about the rally, and I don't remember if I got on 160 Friday night, or if I just didn't get on anything. I haven't been terribly active this weekend, so and usually these events, like the AM rally or the heavy metal rally, those different events, I usually my participation is usually just limited to getting on and working a few stations. I don't keep a logbook, or if the there's a score to be kept, trying to keep track of the score or anything like that, but I just get in and make myself, make the presence be known. That's pretty much the way it works. So anyway, I guess the usual thing, I didn't make note of who's supposed to get it. Usually when it's a three-way like that, there's always a 50-50 probability that I'll turn it to the wrong one. I believe Alan transmitted less, so I believe it goes back to Chris. So if I got it back, I guess you can just swap it out there. So W4SVA with K4VA for K4KYV.
Oh, you got it right. K4KYV, K4VA, W4SVA. Yeah, well, you didn't miss a whole lot if you didn't get in here last night. It was signals on top of each other, signals 3 kc apart. It was a mess. Like I was telling Alan, I went down to there's some nice QSOs down there. Lots of real estate, nobody around. It's, constantly wonder why everybody packs up here in the window. But that's what they do. So yeah, I'll stay in here for, maybe one more. I'm winding down. I was up until 1 o'clock last night here on the air. Rag chewing away. And it's caught up with me today. I have to get up at about 7 o'clock each morning, no matter how late I stay up. Keep handling turkeys. So I check the turkeys every morning and evening. It's twice a day thing at the very least. And then do whatever else associated work needs to be done with the cows or anything. Today the job was pushing out a feed shed, pushing all the manure out of it. It was well past due. Alright, Alan, go ahead and pick it up. I'll stay here for one more, and I gotta hit the sack. K4VA with K4KYV, W4SV.
Too crowded. Seems like a lot of the activity being rude, not paying attention. It seems like some of these signals that people just keep each other or hands or where they were 20 meters earlier.
going back to the early days of radio, and manpower to start looking at reaching, they actually had radio in an area where they didn't probably have no commercial power at all. They still had radio because the battery charging. That's just amazing how there's so many different ways to charge solar and whatnot. Now it's more charge batteries and doing all sorts of things with wind power. Funny that everything owns the company again at some point of the world. I've been looking at setting up XPS big work with minimal to be able to communicate. But I think there's bad things. I just love when it have that everything
Okay, I think this is KYV. Talking about the wind charges, that was a popular tower as well. I know there was actually a company named Wind Charger that they made towers, and I guess primarily to mount windmills on, but that was also a popular ham radio antenna back in the 30s, back in the late 1980s. I've seen the ads in some of the old magazines, Wind Charger towers, and they look like actually pretty nice towers. I'm sure they weren't cheap, but those that could afford them can put a nice tower, and so the Wind Charger company is, I guess, somewhat famous for that. And as far as the activity down below, I can remember, I believe it was 2006, if I recall exactly when that happened, that the phone bands were expanded down below. I think the bands used to go down to, what was it, 3750. That was as low as the phone band went, and then they expanded it all down to 3600. And I remember when they did that, a lot of the guys on AM, right away, as soon as that opened up, decided to go down there. And then there are also quite a few that upgraded extra so they could legally operate down there. And there was a lot of AM activity down on the lower frequencies. And everybody was talking about how great it was, and that there was more lists of the nonsense. And that was a nice place to operate. Well, that went on for maybe 3 or 4 months, but it seems like that once the novelty wore off, everybody just started slowly, one at a time, migrating back to the old stomping grounds, to the point that now there's very minimal activity down there. So, I don't know why that happened, because, especially with the people that went to all the trouble to upgrade to start with, and talking about how much it was, there was less and less activity down there, and then more and more up here. Well, some call it the window. Sometimes I call it the ghetto, the AM ghetto. So, but last night I didn't see when I listened. I didn't really hear a lot of activity. I just heard static in most of the signals that I did hear a lot of weak. That was another thing that I didn't really hear any strong signals. I heard a lot of weak signals down and under the static. So, and when conditions are like that, I usually just don't get on the air. I don't enjoy trying to pull a weak station through the static crashes. So I usually just, I'll listen and I won't try to join in. And I noticed something about some of the signals is that there's an old rule of thumb is the weaker they are, the longer they talk. Get somebody that'll make a 10-minute transmission, and you can just barely understand what they say, or maybe just barely hear them, and percent of it, and then they make a long transmission. That kind of gets on too. So, well, anyway, I will know that I'll pass it on around, so that as soon as you want to sign out, go ahead. That's 94 SVA to take it with K4 VA and SS, K4 KYV.
K4 KYV with K4 VA, W4 SVA. Yep, I went down to 3705 last night when I heard all the ruckus up here, the zoo, the signals on top of each other. I was hearing pretty decent signals at this location, but they were all over top of each other. And it took about 10 or 15 minutes of calling CQ down there for somebody to finally come back. And then the activity from that QSO brought a couple more people in. And we hung out there for several hours. It was nice. No one off on either side. Receiver passband was wide open. It's a shame that people don't utilize that more often. But then on the other side of things, if they did, maybe it wouldn't be so nice down there, It's a double-edged sword. So yeah, the wind chargers, I think that was the same company that made the towers, that made the actual wind chargers themselves. And at one point, Zenith Radio Corporation owned Wind Charger. I'm not sure about all the details there, but they had a package deal back in the 30s where you'd buy, if you did not have commercial power, you'd have to buy a battery-powered radio, of course. And so they had a package deal that if you bought a radio, they'd give you this special deal on a Wind Charger. And eventually, Zenith bought out the Wind Charger Corporation, and I don't know where it went from there. But, yeah, that was, I picked that piece up, it's been over 10 years ago. And it was in pieces. I wasn't sure if I got the whole thing. But I got it home, put it together, and found that I did, in fact, have the whole thing. So that was pretty thrilling. And it was coated in White House paint. Somebody painted it several times over the years. That's what staged it. Took the elements off of the metal. And I sandblasted the thing, painted it up the original colors. Had to make a new tail fin for it. The original tail fin was broken. But it was a nice project, and it still produces power. I had it out in the wind one time in March. I went on March winds. And that thing will put 10 or 15 amps into a 6-volt battery. So it wouldn't take very long under good strong winds to charge up your battery, and then you could listen to WSM at night. But those things were a lot more popular out west, I think, where they had reliable, sustained winds. I was kind of surprised to find one around this area. It was around here that were battery powered, were dry cell or car battery powered. West thing. And you're right, Alan. What's old is new again. You see all these people going back to using their own energy, living off the grid, and so on. Well, that's what people did back then. And they had to be self-sustainable, or else they wouldn't make it. And now people kind of like to disconnect for thrill of being self-sustainable. It's the trendy thing to do. And yeah, back in the 30s when people got commercial power, and wait to get rid of their wind charger or Delco light system or whatever. They didn't want to have to deal with that burdensome junk. The luxury of commercial power was so attractive. But now people are going the opposite direction. It's interesting to see how history repeats itself. All right, yep, 10:46. I do need to get off to bed. Pretty sure I'll fall asleep as soon as I hit the bed. I haven't had nearly enough sleep as I should this weekend. So it was great chatting with you guys. I'll look for you again sometime soon. I'll be listening out. K4VA, thank you. It's K4KYV, W4SVA, 73. K4VA and W4SVA from K4KYV. Fine. Probably both of you 100%. I can hear some static in there, but if it's in the volume, I hear
I had the choice between the transmit antenna and the beverage. It seems like the beverage is not doing all that well tonight. I'm getting much better on the transmit antenna. Well, talking about the old charging the batteries before people had electric power. Something's interesting. It was back in the 30s, maybe even as far back as the 20s. A lot of people, even if they did have electric power, they ran the radio off the batteries because they hadn't really developed good, well-working DC power supplies to run off. I think hum was a major problem, and so a lot of people, even when they had when they were connected to what grid there was back then, still ran the radio off of batteries. And in some places there'd be someplace downtown where you could take the battery charged. It was basically storage batteries, kind of like a car battery, and they would go get the battery charged, and then they could run the radio for a while. So it was some company that made radios. I don't know if it was Crosley Radio up in Cincinnati that did that, or there was some company that manufactured radios, and they actually would include you could get a little red wagon that was made just for carrying the battery, get the battery from your home where you go down to get the battery charged. And they named that little red wagon was called a radio flyer, because that was what it was first made for, was you could haul your battery down to wherever you would have it charged. And it seems like that I guess the radio flyer wagon kind of caught on, and even when people no longer were hauling radio batteries to get charged, the radio flyer still was still around. As a kid's toy, the red wagon that kids use as a toy, and I'm sure you've seen them. They named it. The name of it is Radio Flyer. Well, that's where that Radio Flyer name came from. Well, anyway, 73 to you, Chris, and I guess I'll turn it back over to you now, and I'll probably hang in for about one more, and I'm likely going to sign out myself, too, so K4VA, well, let's see, just in case Chris might have a final word before he cuts off the filaments, and if he doesn't pick it up, go ahead and out him. So a W4SVA with K4VA, K4KYV.
Yeah, I was about to hit the switch, but you turned it over to me again, so what the heck, I'll make another one. K4KYV and K4VA, W4SVA. That's a very interesting story, Don. I'd never heard that before. And I always wondered where the name Radio Flyer came from. Why would someone choose that name for a wagon? So that's pretty cool. A lot of people don't know that battery-powered radios came before commercially powered radios, ones that plug into the wall. The local fair here, which is actually a pretty big county fair, the Rockingham County Fair, has a building called the Farm Heritage Museum. And a few years ago, the guy that helped run that thing during the fair knew I collected antique radios. He said, "You want to bring some radios in that would represent radio on the farm in the 20s and 30s?" And I said, "Sure." So I've been doing that the past couple of years and putting on a little display there in that building for the fair. And a lot of people don't realize that radios were battery powered at first due to lack of technology for a practical power supply. And so it's very interesting to see people's reactions. And it's something they've never thought about. Where does the energy come from to power all this stuff we have today? And back then they had it, but it wasn't as easy as it is now. And so there's displays of different types of batteries, different power supplies like vibrator-powered radios from the 30s, and dry cell-powered radios, 20s, and maybe one of these years we'll drag a Delco light plant in there and set up a 32-volt display. Well, yeah, your transmission made me think of that. All right, I think I'm signing for good this time. I'll be cutting the filaments off on the transmitter to keep myself from transmitting. 73. K4VA, I think it's your turn. W4SVA.
Hopping in there one more time. I'll keep it short with you and 73. Don, before I pass it back to you, I heard another I wanted to acknowledge. Keep it short past Don, so you yeah, I wasn't familiar with that. You know, I've used kids radio fire wagons, a few of them. Got to play with them. And wish I never interested in it. But one of the first things, I was supposed to thank the parents that, I had to go to I weren't made quite the same. But tough to maintain. So that's why. Don, I'll pass it. To the break station, Benson, KYV from Kilo 4 Victor out. KG4NDZ.
Yeah, here, KG4NDZ. I got your name. It's been so long since I heard you on the air, but you have a good signal here, man. It's been a long time. I think it's probably been a year or so since we've worked. Anyway, and I can't think of your name off the top of my head. But anyway, go ahead. K4NVZ and K4KYV.
KG4NVZ. See ya. Sarah, hand me a duck. There. On the little homebrew 304 transmitter. I got that years ago. I built it. Out the other day. I've been using that same 304 kHz. I guess it was 2008. One section went back. Which I'm assuming what happened next, it must have caused the solder went bad too. 6EQ solder was on the HD4 transmitter. Pull a resistor out on that. Fix that, but in the interim I CW transmitter up here just to see if I could get it. Years ago, you can't run any monitoring crystals after the 61 my daddy CW transmitter. The 1-2. Walker Williamson. I brought it in here to the shop in here in the house and stuck it up where the exciter goes and put the
oscillator, the VFO to it. And I'm using that for an exciter right now. And dug through my 304TH. The first one I put in there was gassy, had a little bit of blue glow in it. And I don't build a socket and a transformer. I put it on and let it run for a while and see if it'll burn that gas out. You may tell me if that might work, I don't know. But the second one I put in there and worked fine. I got 2 more spares, but I don't know what kind of shape they're in. I didn't want to sit there and try to stick every one of them in there. And so anyway, I'm back on the air with that. Well, I fixed my AM yesterday. I had to put a final tube and a 20 ohm resistor in the power supply burn out too. So, let me look at these meters in this transmitter real quick. Like I said, this is it, and yeah, I heard that down by the old battery radios there. The neutralized versions of the 3, tuning knobs on first. Has the neutralized section so it can break the oscillation. Uses the old 01A2, got that on the heck out there. Okay, KG4NTZ.
Okay, Sid, the K4KYZ, and I think Alan might still be in here. So I wonder if you're hearing Sid coming in pretty well. I believe there may be some kind of solar activity, because I noticed the signals I'm beginning to hear some rapid flutter or rapid PSV that happens sometime when there's some solar activity. So that may be something else that made the band sort of less than optimal this weekend. Instead, I guess it was something else. It wasn't the modulation transformer that crapped out, evidently. So it was something else. And then that resistor in the power supply. So I'm glad it wasn't the modulation transformer. But anyway, I guess I don't have a whole lot more here. I already just about to sign out myself, so I'll probably hang in for about one more before I sign out. Well, let's turn it back to Alan, and now I just wonder if you're hearing Sid. I believe Sid is in North Carolina, I think. It's where Sid's located somewhere. Anyway, K4VA with KG4NVZ. This is K4KYZ.
going back into the 30s and 40s. They didn't have commercial power, and it goes even like we do now. I think that when they got their house fired out of the rural area, a lot of them needed interpreters anymore. That's the biggest thing I did when I was 18 and didn't know anything about amateur radio. Very complicated. Christmas. Somebody Christmas and it didn't work. But by then magazines were out and all that what PLL 23 channels, yada yada yada. But it just wasn't any good. Commercial antenna. People talking like that today. You gotta have this, you gotta have this band frequency and other stuff. And I think, they're really navigation ladies in aviation. And reminding them that they need to ensure that their analog equipment and buy everything with it. That's exactly right. Let's always try newer things, newer technology. But let's don't throw out the old widgets because for the most part, the older it is, the more likely it is to keep running. It'll be to continue running. Modern manufacturers, those amateur radio equipment, they're continuing product or keep them on sometimes a year or two backlog because they can't get the parts for them and it's overseas and they got the service manufacturer put them on chips and all that. It's amazing how in a way it's really fun. If you don't mind, go over your operating there on the one Kilo Golf for November and KYB from Kilo for Victor Alpha.
Yeah, KG4NDD. I'm hearing you just fine, K4. My grandmother's, my wife's grandmother's house down there. We built our house on farmland here. My wife's grandmother's house up there had the old car in 1941. Had the old Delco system. You could buy, I looked up those Delco sold a kit. Different kits, they would send you the proper line on the two insulators, and the wiring, the light fixtures, the wire you're up with, and then you could buy the batteries. There were 2-volt batteries. You could buy the 2-volt batteries. Build a wooden rack for those, and the Delco generator. A pulley on the side. You could run out of the equipment off that pulley like a grits mill or water pump or something. Water with it, so it was a multi-use engine, those Delco generators. So after 1941, they were running for electric. The basically reusing the old Delco wiring, you know, the light bulbs from, 32 volt to 102 volt bulbs. Using all that wiring, they're all full of the old Delco wiring in it. They start plugging in electric iron, and they plug a wide adapter and they have a light hanging there. Maybe on the knob and tube and put it in the refrigerator. But they didn't have just prior to World War II happened, you know, that it was the DC, it had been DC in the 70s, so this probably would have had to wait until after World War II to get power, but it got put in at first. Power got installed here just right first part of 1941. I guess they were kind of lucky out here. If it had been another 10, 11 months, they probably would have been after the war. You know, with all the copper and the metal that was in the war effort, so that would have been a mess. But yeah, I wasn't know what happened to my transmitter. Like I said, Don, the 304TH, the RF output went bad, and yeah. The other scenario is I wasn't watching what happened in the other scenario. Either the exciter went bad and I lost grid drive, one or the other. I don't know which one it was, but because in one scenario or the other, I don't know. One could have been the other, I guess. But I think what happened, the grid shorted and took the exciter out. So either way, I had to repair the exciter and then put it in the transmitter. So I've been in 30 years I got out of the tube. Probably pretty good. I had 8 of those 304THs I bought, and out of the 8, I think I got 6 good ones. One of the ones that checked is good red, and so one a little bit blue. Like I said, I'm gonna try to. I was gonna ask you about that, Don. I reckon if I take that tube and put a little bit of blue gas in, you know, go big gas in, you think if I let the little board with a sample, you think I might clear that gas up? That's something I wanted to ask you about. Well, just curiosity. So K4KYV, KG4NVZ.
K4KYV, right back. And, yeah, that might work if you just ran the filament. Something that I tried back several years ago. You know, I actually tried to bake out the tubes. I hooked up a filament transformer, and also I had a DC power supply that I could run with a variac, and what I would do, if I remember correctly, I tied the control beam to the plate of the tube, you know, made it so that I could light a diode, and I would light up the filament, and then run the DC using the variac, run the DC. I calculate what the plate dissipation of the tube is, and then, you know, and then measure the DC output voltage of the power supply, and of course you have a plate weight on it where you could read how much plate current it was drawing, and then the idea is that you run it with a filament on, and then apply the DC, and then adjust the DC voltage to just the point, you know, where you get the current times the voltage equals the plate dissipation of the tube, whatever the rated plate dissipation of the tube. And I guess with the 304 TH, that would be 300 watts. You just let it sit there and run for about 4 hours, so where it's dissipating 300 watts. You know, just DC on the plates. You know, no RF or anything. Just or it's just idling with. You set the idling current up to where it's just right on the upper limits of the rating. Just let it sit that way for about 4 hours, and that seemed to take the blue glow out. I think that would. The plate just sitting there with the plate would show some color, and that 4 hours would it would act like a catalyst and then absorb some of the gas, and that blue glow would go away. So that would probably be more effective than just running the filament, but run it with the filament voltage and nothing else. I think actually dissipating some power in the plate of the tube for a few hours. But anyway, that was effective with me. I remember I had some old 1930s tubes that I picked up somewhere. They were, I can't even think of what they were now. They were Heinz and Kaufman. I remember they were HK something made by Heinz and Kaufman, and that was the company that actually made that type of tube before IMAC came out with it. But I remember I had a pair of those, and one of them was a gasket like that. So I did that, ran the filament, and then dissipated whatever the rate of dissipation was, and that got rid of the glowing tube. So I don't think I ever actually it should have been all right once I did that. And my very first high-powered rig used a 304 TL, which is very similar to the 304 TH, except that it's a low mu, whereas the TH is a higher mu. But anyway, I had my first transmitter. I used the 304 TL, and I think I ended up. I think I had about a half a dozen of them. But for some reason, I never could keep them. I never could keep those tubes running very long. It seems like that. They would run for a while. They would run for a little while, and then they would abruptly quit working. Like sometimes one of the sections would go dark where it wasn't getting filament voltage. That was one of the problems. And then the other thing was that the filament voltage the filaments might light up in all four sections, but then one of the plates just wouldn't dissipate any power anymore. And then you run it for a while, then another one of the plates would go dark. I don't think I could ever keep one of those going more than about 3 or 4 months before I had to replace it with another one. And so I finally went through all of my good 304 TL, so that's when I rebuilt the final and built it in the push-pull configuration, which is basically what I'm running here right now with the HF300. So I just never had a lot of luck with the 304TL. I had the proper socket, and the manufacturer say that you did not have to use forced air on it. It was a convection cool tube. I had the proper tube socket and everything, and I ran the correct filament voltage, but the thing still, they wouldn't last more than about 4 months. And so I don't know what I was doing wrong, because I hear other people that said that they've had a 304 TL or TH that run the same tune for years without any problem. There was something I wasn't doing right on mine, but I never had that problem. Once I quit using the 304 TLs and went to other tubes, I never had that problem again. Well, anyway, I think I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I noticed that the static crashes are getting worse, and that rapid fading up and down on the signals is getting worse too. So let me turn it back to Alan. I'm not sure if he's still in there or not, but if you are, go ahead and make one, send it to Sid. But I'm going to go ahead and sign out on this one. So a K4 V8, I take it. with the KG4NVZ coming up. This is KKKYV. Go ahead.
Hey, Tom, this is Dave.
Got the audio working pretty well. Now I think the TR7 just runs one sideband plus carrier, but I'm using the sequence detector, so the sequence detector locks onto the carrier, and it sounds just exactly like a true AM signal. Go ahead.
Time in here, 84 feet there, got a grade into Middle Tennessee, south of Nashville, Memphis. I won't keep you up. I hope you certainly get some rest, and we're so glad to hear you're still doing well and still operating. I hope things are going well for you with your health and all. You survived our crazy weather. Well, we've definitely known that it's been wet. Fascinating to get to hear all that. Houses originally down wire. I believe it was 2 volts or batteries, but the higher and having to be rewired. The 10 came along. It's kind of ironic because I thought many times I was building a house today. I was getting a degree of one. Power quite a bit of it off of DC. So they won't get the house, but perhaps have batteries inside each room. Way to battery power in the house. You can run Robo and whatnot. Having batteries converted to AC to keep the big things going instead of I guess like you say, whatever you got, you enjoy the good of it and think about having it a different way. Things back and forth. Longer in life, hang on to what they say. Like, I'll pass it back. Pick around all the way. In there. Bottom. Best of the rest of the evening. You can plan soon. I'll do that. Remember to take the 204 K4VA, KG4NVZ. I'll try that. I really want to get that much I'm going to do that about, I think maybe 400 milliamps at 400 volts. It's laboratory supply. I sort of had to build something up from scratch. And I gotta try to find these chassis somewhere, or try to get somebody to make me a chassis. I've got a 60 cover. I'm wanting to build I got a DX60 on the to control the rest and carrier on that DX60 is I can bring the carrier all the way up to 40 watts all the way up to 15.
I built an amplifier using 4 sweep tubes. That's in an old CD case to use with that DX60. I got adjusted potential on the back of the DX60 to where I have about 100 watts carrier on the amp, and it'll go up modulate about 400. I'd like to build that in. I'd take a DX60 case and try to make it with that match the like it was made for the DX60. I don't know, pick that case up. I'll case it to hand test or something. I don't want to build one of that thing for how long. Anyway, I'll try that with that tube. Like I said, it's my 304TH. I know everybody's saying that's cool, but I've got a muffin fan so that there's a muffin fan blowing air from the bottom up over the tube, as well as I've got a porthole in the front of the transmitter you can see on my QRZ page. It's got brass green wire in it, and I throw air across the tube too from the back, so it's I got all kinds of air moving over that tube to keep it cool, so maybe that's one of the reasons I got so much life out of the tube that I had. Like I said, it's been there since 2000. I'd want to run that tube without air. It's just those pins on that tube get so hot. I don't think I want to try to run it without air over those pins at all. It's just not designed to run air over it. Drop out about a 3-inch muffin fan or 4-inch. Right under the bottom of the tube, the bottom of the chassis going through that hole where the tube's at. And that's the way I've been running it. I'll let you go. I think you said you were going to get out of here. I guess I need to get off here too. The static crashes are getting bad, I'm telling you. So K4KYV, K4VA, nice talking with you. Wish I could have got in here a little earlier, but I had some things I had to do and just couldn't do it. I heard you out here last night, John, but it was in the middle of working on redoing a motor for a sewing machine and repairing a sewing machine for a customer. So motor come in, one motor wasn't working out, take the motor apart and clean up the commutator on the motor and then put new brushes in it, clean the motor up and put it back together and rewire put new cord on the machine and got it working, and the thing made back in the 1940s or something. Anyway, that's what I've been up to. KG4NB, say 73, y'all.
Okay, you see it, K4KYV. And, you're talking about the 32-volt Delco systems. Long after those Delco systems were phased out, they still used 32-volt DC on trains. And in fact, I've got several light bulbs here that 32-volt light bulbs, and they're actually, I think, 100-watt bulbs. The filaments draw quite a bit of current, and they were. I think they came out of trains. They used, the old railway system used 32-volt DC for the lights of the trains. So those, that 32-volt standard was used for a long time after the Delco light systems were phased out. Now, another old technology that, in fact, they used to have it here, is before my time, that they had for lighting, they used a gas light. It was a thing called an acetylene generator. It was a big metal cylinder they had outside, and the thing was buried into the ground. I don't know how deep in the ground that it went, but it went pretty deep in the ground, and the way it worked is there was water down there, and then you'd buy this powdered stuff and dump it in this metal cylinder with the water, and then it would there would be a reaction with the water, and it would give off acetylene gas. So you have something on top that would collect the gas, and then they would light the gas in the house, and they had the gas lights. And of course, when electricity came along, they kind of made that technology obsolete as well. In fact, for a long time, they had one of those old metal cylinders that was out in out beside the house. I think I finally just cut the thing off even to the ground because I didn't see that it served any useful purpose. It probably would have made a good ground connection, but I just cut it off even with the ground, so it's not there anymore. And sometimes I say, well, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have left it there, and because it would have made you could connect your ground wire to it. That would be probably a lot more effective ground than a typical ground rod. But something else that some of the older technology that was back, it was mostly commercial buildings, back in the 30s and 40s, a lot of commercial buildings had ceiling fans. And, you'd go in a store and they'd have like 3 or 4 ceiling fans along the across from the front to the back of the room. And, but then when they got air conditioning, people took those ceiling fans out and threw them away. And then, it wasn't, I think, sometime around in the late 70s and early 80s that somebody realized, well, if you had the ceiling fan, you could run the ceiling fan, and that would cut way back on the air conditioning, because you could run the air conditioner at a lower setting, and with the ceiling fan was running, circulating the air, it would make the air conditioning would cool more effectively. So then people started buying ceiling fans again, to go with the air conditioning. And there are so many people that it was mostly in commercial businesses that ripped out the ceiling fans and threw them away, and then because they had air conditioning, and then later on it was a while for somebody figured out, well, the air conditioner would work a lot better if you kept the ceiling fan to circulate the air. So there are a lot of the nice old cast iron metal ceiling fans that got junked. And of course, the ones that they make now, they get the body of the motors is made out of sheet metal. Usually it's a cheap little made in China or made in Taiwan somewhere, an entire motor about the size of your fist. And then they have that fake case around it to make it look like, to resemble the old-fashioned ceiling fans, but actually it's mostly empty space with a little motor in there about the size of your fist that actually turns the blades. And if you find one of the old original ceiling fans that torn out and thrown away, and you think, we keep oiling them too. That was another thing that if you didn't oil it regularly, it would go bad. So, but if somebody had one of those old ceiling fans and kept it oiled up and running, those things will last 100 years. Anyway, I'll go ahead and say 73 for now, and we'll catch both of you later. So, see K4VA with KG4MBZ. This is K4K now signing clear. Good night.
Yeah, Don. Train, the toy train company at one time, talking about the old 32 volt DC, they actually, and even 110 volt DC, they had Lionel toy train actually made a voltage divider resistor box with a slider on it to run toy trains off of, right off the power line, if it was 110 volt DC or 32
volt DC. They made an actual voltage divider box, which I think would kind of make the train set a little bit on danger. Wood floor, so I guess that's how people survive that. So, you know, they actually made them where they could drive the train on the truck like the DC power line. I'm just playing with that nowadays. KG4NB clear.
Y'all are wanting to wind down and turn in for the I'm probably going to do the same. Generator. Did several years back. They used to pave with an original rookie. That was always fascinating. You got into an area with this thing. Time to anyway, I'll keep going deeper in those thoughts. Say 7.3 and I look forward to meeting. But I'll be
Good night, Alan. K4KYV now clear.
Yeah, you got to get signal for it. There's some things in there. That's the zero whiskey Yankee Delta with you. 360 Charlie for me. Well, and the Yankee Delta. Delta from Kilo 4 Victor Alpha. Kilo 4 Victor Alpha, KC Little W. Station is I knew about amateur radio as much as read in the encyclopedia. CB, but not going crazy. You know, so my very first over certainly share with some experience in the brand, certainly not at the level that you have. For tractors, and it's one of many radio companies that are all down. But that's what we do, isn't it? We found a way to build something cheaper and get it somewhere else. Things got us through multiple world wars and kept us safe for many years. We're the foundation of our enjoyment. I know you wanted to keep it short, and I do need to hop off, but I'm certainly glad to make the appointment. Coming in for bringing these things up. No answers here. It's all modern solid state software. They got flex 6500 radios. Pushing about a 100 watt carrier out of a CPA 500 amp into a multi-band dipole. Nothing spectacular about these guys. We out of most of the noise adjustment here. Got that on. But we can well. Appreciate you hopping in.
Thanks.
probably has very low phase response. It's a central electronic 200V driving a 600L amp. It's running a little too about 150 watts carrier, and the receiver is a 75A4. The antenna is an 8 band, double it up about 50 feet. Yeah, I had a long weekend. I did the FOC contest all weekend long, and then I tried to do the North American spring last night. Now I'm kind of exhausted. I'm ready to go back to casual operating. For is it TX? I can't remember. WB0SSE. Go ahead, Sam.
Mike Delta Victor. And before we wrap up, November 2, Mike Delta Victor. In West Virginia, West Virginia, West Virginia. November 2, Mike Delta Victor, West Virginia, West Virginia. 3885 AM. CQ AM rally. CQ what's left of the AM rally. I guess it goes till about 2. From November 2, Mike Delta Victor in West Virginia. Do we have anybody left? Or no, you found Georgia from the Thunderdome? Everybody away. Through the drive.
You're in there with the static. You're in there with the static, the statique. Why are you running at 5 twats? I don't know. I'm just passing through. I'm probably going to go back to bed. There's another station in there, but you're in with the static. Not quite Q5.
Blame it on the storm. Blame it on the storm. So, all right, Jim. I heard you in there. Heard you sitting there early. You be there too. That's still over here in West Virginia. Number 2, Mike. So, past you, pal, but I'll say it's fun during the rally, but catch you all next year, I guess.
Yeah, you're in there with a static. I think I recognize the voice, but you're not quite making it.
All right. Power in there. Hold on. Yeah, they'll run a car wide, man. I don't think anybody was up here. AM load after the 81 HR. AM load?
Okay, fine. I still see you're going around sounding like you got some stuff in your mouth.
It's in my mouth and it's back in my ass and I'm taking it up the ass and everything else. You're hearing me. You're hearing me, so yeah. That's good enough for now. Yeah, I'm going around all over the place now. I've got a pack in my mouth. That's good.
Well, I'm going to have to set up my punishment radio.
Either you want to talk or you don't. I mean, not everybody can tell us an outside broadcast station every day of the week. I'll tell you what, I will be getting back on, and when I do, I think you'll probably switch over to this radio. But anyway, yeah, I like that punishment radio.
I want to talk to you about the Deerfield Ham Trust, and we were trying to get it shut down. But it's suing the fairground, so not the fairground, but the Ham Trust there. And so I'm a little pissed off about it, quite frankly. I don't see why Ham Trust is shut down.